Welcome, 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 welcome. How is everyone today? Thank you for joining me on the stream. Oh, I think I can zoom in a little bit more. Oh, this. Oh, there we are. My mouse is a little sensitive. Let's go there. Bah. There we are. There we are. Now I'm centered. Alrighty. I hope everyone is having a good day today. Thank you for joining us yesterday. I'm still streaming on your new tracking software, so. Anyway, today I'll be playing a little bit more of Lucid 9. I don't know how much longer the story is, but I was shocked that it just kept going and going. So, I don't know, I could jump right into it in a couple minutes. So, I don't know. Do you guys want me to just jump right into it? I know no one's not really here, so I'll set it up so that I can start really quick. Dive right into it. I do want to play another game. Hopefully I can finish this up today. And I will have a poll on our Discord on what that's going to be. I think I'm going to have a decision between either Expedition 33, Hollow Knight, which I will eventually tie into Silk Song, and what was the last one? Oh, right, the Death of Sonic the Hedgehog. If you wanted me to do more of those more visual novels. Anyway, let me set this up then. Boom, 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 boom. In the meantime, just jam to the music. Do 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 do. I gotta open my Steam. Yeah, scroll down. Click, click, click. I'm missing 10 achievements for the game. Do 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 do. Alright, let's get me set up here in the corner. Oh, that's not the zoom. There we are. Oop. Ah, too much. Still too much. I just want to make sure I'm not being tilted off. There we are. Ha ha ha. Lucid 9. I didn't get to finish it last time. I thought I was going to finish it. I thought like there were just multiple endings. It was like, oh, I'm going to get the good ending. And then it just kept going and going and going. And I'm like, oh no. There's much more than I thought there was. And then I ended up right at the end of the stream. So, anyway. Let's keep going. So, I found out that Ryota was a killer, and I actually got past him, and apparently the story just keeps going. I guess there's multiple bad endings for that, so. Alright, let's go for it. This is goofy music. That's right. Where we left off, after the incident with Ryota, I ended up in the hospital for about, I think, 3 months. And at release, all my friends came to get me from the hospital. Now we're playing a D&D session with, it looks like, some augmented reality glasses. Irie is the GM. Alright, you receive a letter promising power and prestige. If you will simply enter the caravan tower at 2000 and ask for Ion, what shall you do? Of course. Go, of course. On way to most of them on time. I agree. Full steam ahead, people. Well, power and prestige, solve fun and dandy. But there's money involved, My heister, see? Always cares for them shinies, huh? She's barely understandable. I'm not putting up with this throughout the entire RP. Wait, Akira, if it's steampunk, we should all speak in British accents. If looks could kill, Elizabeth would currently be my murderer. Don't you dare, Yamaishimoto. Tally-ho! We've done quite the bang-up job on our character creations, if I do say so myself. Akira and Rui apparently don't notice that I'm teasing. They only light up with excitement. That is a splendid idea. Why, I do believe that you've landed upon something quite profound, Yamaishimoto. Elizabeth buries her face in her hands, but the pair continues on, oblivious. Well, Rui, under these circumstances, it would be prudent to meet this person together, would it not? Oh yes, indubitably. I quite agree. Irie cuts in with her solid monotone, earning Elizabeth some relief. Elizabeth, Masaki, Akira, and Rui are en route, and... well, it wouldn't be a party without the great Yahiko Ikari. Yeah, I'm gonna go too. Sure, why not? Very well. Irie closes her eyes, contemplating for a moment, then opens them with renewed fervor. En route to the Feta Tavern, you suddenly encounter a rabid horde of cretinous dingbats. What? It's something Shigure says often. And suddenly, I'm not surprised anymore. Prepare for battle. Tokens spring up on our monitors, representing rows of hard-faced cretinous dingbats. Hold up, citizens. Stand back. This is a job for President J. Graves. Gover Mecker, mobilize. You have no ability by that title. Then I unleash a fiery storm of death, for I am the alchemist. Ladies and gentlemen, power gaming at its finest. I see. Roll. Yahiko does so. He rolls a 1. You drop your spell book on your toe. What? Sorry, man, but you gotta stick to being a model. Error 404. Model. Class does not exist. Maybe it'll work out if he models as an alchemist? No, I protest. These dice must be weighted. But they're digital, Yahiko. They can't be weighted. Look, let's just have melee in front, ranged in back, and Rui in the far back. This matter should be fairly simple, considering that's the first battle in the game. Okay. What exactly do I do? You just gotta play for us, Rui. We'll keep you safe. Yeah, and Yama will protect you. Or Masato, you know, whoever. A bard boosts team stats and morale. If you roll high, you may even provide others with an extra turn. Ooh. Wow, that sounds so useful. You do know that essentially you're just plucking around on wood and metal, right? Shut up, Yama. Right. Let's start this battle before everything turns to rubbish. Irie, I fire at that dodgy tosser by the front. Dodgy. Ha. Tosser. Shut up, Diana. I think your accent is really cool. Thank you. 17. She rolls to the monitor. For once, it's actually a high number. Direct hit, musketeer. The cretinous dingbat crumples into the dust of ignorance whence it came. I'm pretty sure that phrase also came from Shigure. Then I'll attack the nearby enemies. 14. Another decent hit. Another cretinous dingbat has fallen by the blade of the knight. Ha! As if these dingbats could ever handle me. In that case, I slit the throat of the one in the back. 16! And with the final high roll, the cretinous dingbat falls beneath the crooked blade of the heister. Only one cretinous dingbat remains. I gut it with my scalpel. You're a cleric, Masato. I don't think you should get anywhere near those enemies. You banging on my medical school? I'll show you. 6. You scratch the cretinous dingbat. Scratch? I told you so. Well, it wasn't terrible, at least. Ah. Poor Masato. You must be used to winning from acting out RPs instead of rolling for them. Yama, you should move. Huh? Oh yeah. I considered my options for a moment. I could just fire at it with the pistol, I guess. That seems kind of bland. What's the cretinous dingbat made out of? Cogs, gears, and steam. Okay. I take the nearest pipe and stick it into the mechanism to jam it. That's an innovative idea. But why does something so boring when you can make it explode into a ball of fire? Because I might drop my spell book on my toes. Huh, what kind of dummy would do that? Gee, I wonder. Roll. I do so, and I got a nat 20. Of all the times to be lucky. 20. Coach Lucky Luckerson. In one such moment, you thread the pole through the cogs at a critical point. The mechanism locks in place, overheats, and explodes in a ball of fire. What? Congratulations! You have cleared the first battle. Your rewards are... Wait, hold up. No, I cannot let a mere peasant surpass the greatness of Gover Mecker. Let's just skip to the next battle. What? Yeah. Oh, and make it a big one. The final battle. 5 armies clashing upon the battlefield of darkness. Leading the forces of light is the great hero, President J. Graves. Backing away slowly now. Yeah, he goes classic antics. I didn't realize how much I appreciated them until now. Very well. You teleport to the final battle, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Wait, what? But we haven't even the chance to level up. My shot sent how the shocking doctor's what? We stare at him in silence, completely bewildered by the foreign words spewing out of his mouth. Well, all of us, save for one, of course. You do understand that you're a healer, right? You should focus on keeping us alive, not showing off. Masaki's response is quick and forceful, fully understanding what Masato just said. Miki, you know what he's saying? Of course I do. You don't? Oh, wait, he was speaking straight, wasn't he? Speaking straight? Oh, no, that's not the street that I've ever heard. She's probably referring to the slang that reigns over the poorer districts of Isamu. I guess that Masato's random word vomit is actually street slang. That makes sense. Hey, Megumi, you speak street too? Misaki. And yes, I suppose I picked it up while I was in District 6. Everyone seems surprised by this revelation. Well, everyone except Rui and I. It sounds so cool. Can you be our translator? Sure. Aces. And retouch my street. You can win these and get fit. I have no idea what these are supposed to be even approximations of. You can brush up on your street. I doubt it would be any useful. Whoa, how do you understand everything? Saki shrugs her shoulders. It sort of slipped into my diction, I guess. But that's not important right now. Let's continue the battle. Ah yes, the very abrupt battle of the 5 armies, all because of Yahiko Ikari. Ah, one detail. Suddenly, a flood of monsters pop up in our sight codes, practically burning our eyes with light. The other 4 armies are allied, and fighting you. All 4 armies? Oh gosh, yeah guys, let's not do this. Can we just go back to the tavern and go through the RP like normal people? You question the will of the great Ikari? Fear not, good citizens. President J. Graves can fight this whole horde with one arm behind his back. I'm never going back. The past is a past. Nah, I'm a doctor. Yes. Yes, you are. I take it that we're fighting then. Yes. Okay, well don't blame me if you all die terrible deaths. And lighten up. It's a game. We're bound to die anyways. We tap our sight codes to take our positions. Hopefully they're strategically sound. From what I can tell, Ari's at least nice enough to get the enemies at the same level as us. Hopefully this is actually beatable. Akira suddenly moves her icon in front of ours, pacing it back and forth like a war general speaking to her unit. A day may come when the courage of men fails, and we forsake our friends and... No, Akira. Aw, coach, but what's the fun of having a final battle if you can't have the epic speech? Why do I suddenly get the feeling we've had this exchange before? Whatever, make it quick. Fine, fine. I'll make it a little more interesting. Men, women, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your hippopotamuses. Wait, what? This day, we fight. And with that, Irie, I'd like to pickpocket the nearest enemy. A 5. Akira's attempt is a failure, but at least she doesn't pay dearly for it. But Irie surprises us by breaking in right after Akira's turn is over. The clockwork goblin on the flank surges forward and attacks Rui. Rui, roll for dodge. Immediately, the token on our screen starts to a vulnerable backline, where Masato and Rui are wide open. Akira, your move left our backline wide open. Uh-oh. Relax. At the very least, my dex is really high. She presses a finger on the frame of her sight code. 1. A fateful die lands in our display. A 1? Are you serious? Great galloping gophers! Even with your substantial modifier, Rui, you did not dodge. You must be really unlucky today. No, wait, there has to be some kind of mistake. Unfortunately, dear Rui, the mistake seems to be yours. No, man. Y'all slip. Do it up. What? Masato says that everything is your fault, Yahiko, and you need to fix it. Me? Why me? You're the precedent for the puncher. You're the one who insisted on having this battle. Okay. I'll, fix it. No, wait. I'm sure Yama would be more than happy to revive Rui using mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. What? Yama, roll with strength, dexterity, constitution, and intelligence modifier. No, in real life. We have no physical dice. I mean that he should do CPR on Rui in real life. What? Oh, this is getting interesting. You guys can't be serious. I have no opinion on the matter. Wait, Rui's dead? Is she a zombie? No, she isn't. Hence why there's no need for CPR. Don't worry, Rui, I'll do it. Gosh, Masato, there's literally no reason to perform CPR. Whoa, dude, you sound intense. Aw, someone's getting jealous. I'm not getting jealous. That's what a jealous person would say. Mickey. The group breaks out into laughter at my expense. I feel betrayed. Hey guys, you lay off Yama. I'll take one for the team. You know what? I have a great idea. Why don't I just, you know, stay dead? Suddenly, a die roll in our monitors breaks the flow of the conversation. Who rolled that? Not I. Nor I. It was me. Ari pauses for a moment, glancing at her GM references before pronouncing judgment. Rui did not die. She has, however, been mortally wounded and taken captive by enemy forces. Did... What? This doesn't seem to be better than death. Why is my luck so awful? Don't worry one bit, Rui. We'll save ya. Masato, from a strategic standpoint, that is impossible. Don't you see how many enemies fortify the base? That ain't no problem. We gotta save Rui. Is this the operative we or the royal we? Remember who you're talking about, Yama. Masato is probably the most literal human being I know. That's true, but... You saying you ain't gonna lift a finger? Tiny one. I charge through the enemy lines like a man. He taps his psych code to roll. 2. You die. Instant death. Masato's face crumples as if Christmas has been cancelled. Oh, maybe you should have said it a little softer. Ah, you die. This is a good example of how you must look before you leap. Honestly, what were you thinking? Charging in like a bull is quite possibly the worst strategic decision you could ever make. Yeah, and what are y'all doing? Nothing. Cut me up all you want, but you ain't any better than our enemies, standing around like a bunch of dummers. This is punctuated by a very long silence. Oh my. The dummers. Standing around. Yama, let's save Rui. I concur. We must rescue Rui at once. Roger that. Operation Saving Private Rui is a go. Climb every mountain. Ford every stream. Follow every rainbow till you find your dream. Why are you guys so old? Well, coach, give us the orders. Me? It's the least you can do. You've been utterly useless thus far. I trust your judgment. I trust your judgment, Yama. Huh. Well, I don't know what possessed them, but for some reason, I appreciate their faith. So it looks like we're gonna have to fight through a huge mass of enemies to get to Rui. No way around it. This'll definitely take some sacrifices. Essentially, my best chance is to use the others to pull the forces away, little by little, like an elite guerrilla task force. Well, when I think about it, it's not really fair to just sacrifice the others. I'll distract them. Anyone remaining, make a break for Rui. What? Are you sure, Yama? Or is it the ever-famous act of noble idiocy? The heated fire of his love is unquenchable, even in the face of death. Or simply stupidity. I doubt that this decision is strategically sound. Just get Rui, yeah? I guide my token to the flank of the giant forces. I agree. I throw as many explosive and weapons as possible into the army to draw their attention. 11. This is accompanied with a decent roll. A horde of tokens swarms around me before I can blink. You are now surrounded by clockwork goblins. That's the cue. Fly, you fools! Akira, Elizabeth, and Misaki charge through the newly opened gap with fervor as I quickly succumb to the giant group of goblins. Stay focused. The end is in sight. But just as she utters this, the guards by the prisoners of war camp seem to double in number. Some goblins were sleeping. Uh-oh. Some? The puny resistance force is quickly stamped out by the new horde, leaving Rui hopeless in the clutches of the goblins. Game over. You are all dead. No, not all of us. Have you so easily forgotten that the general still stands? Go Vermecker, mobilize. My firestorm, Irie. Roll. 1. What? Again? You drop your spellbook on your other toe. I call foul. Something's wrong with the RNG, dude. There cannot be anything wrong with the RNG. It's just simply an RNG. But... It's alright, dude. Getting late anyways. Almost time for my curfew. Huh. Already? I checked the time. It's actually 5:40. I guess we must have left the hospital pretty late. Besides, the RP was really fun. And I'm sure it would have been more fun if someone didn't insist on skipping to the final battle without a plan. I also really enjoyed it. My compliments to the GM. Wait, are we leaving? But the high tea just got here. Sure enough, 2 servers have bustled out of the back rooms, arms laden with trays of teapots and dainty sandwiches. My stomach grumbles embarrassingly loud. Everything looks delicious. Ah, well, if it's food... He promptly sits down and unashamedly digs in. Well, that was easy. This is all due to Yahiko's generosity, everybody. Make sure to express your gratitude. Thanks, Yahiko. Your gratitude knows no bounds, oh fantastical benevolence. Irie has her peach. I appreciate your generosity, if little else. Thanks, man. Oh, well, you know, this is just pocket change for Nikari. Note to self, never get on Misaki's bad side. She totally got Yahiko wound around her little finger. I try a scone on the nearest tray. It crumbles delectably in my mouth, perfectly cooked. Wow, this is really good stuff. Thanks, Yahiko. But of course, after all, a proper world dictator must keep his minions well fed. At times like this, I wonder if a world run by Yahiko wouldn't actually be that bad. Generosity is popular with the ladies, after all. I take that back. I take it all back. After scooping some treats into a plate, I return to my seat. Unlike the last time we were all together, no one's separated into groups. Everyone is sitting around the same table, chatting with smiles on their faces. It's heartwarming. So, hypothetically speaking, what would you do if all politicians suddenly turned into chairs? Well, they'd at least be somewhat useful. The authorities do the best they can, you know. Are they at least comfy chairs? If they are, I'd vote for them. How can people turn into chairs? Then again, some topics of discussion are questionable. Hey dude, staring at the lovely angels I see? What? Don't you fret, my good man. I know precisely what you're thinking. You want to woo one of them, don't you? I really don't. Well, you're in luck, because for a limited time offer, Wait, really? I glance at the others. They seem to be immersed in conversation, filling the cafe with a pleasant buzz. Maybe now is my chance to have a little chat with Yahiko. Say, Yahiko. I paused for a moment, trying to find the right words. I was wondering, you know. We never figured out why Mr. Ryota, We never figured out Mr. Ryota's motive. Do you happen to know? As I fumble awkwardly with the message, Yahiko interrupts me. It's fine, dude. I get it. It's kind of hard to think about, you know? 5 people I know, all gone. His smile's painfully forced. Hmm? Sorry, excuse me? Ah, never mind. Yeah, I got a message. Is my head just kind of being weird right now? Never mind, I'm back. Anyway, I don't understand all these killings. But when I was talking with my mom and dad about it, they got totally stressed. I don't know. It doesn't really make any sense. The police don't seem to have a clue either. I mean, apparently, Mr. Ryota is an immigrant. But why? Why would he kill 4 kids for no reason? His voice became gratingly strident, halting all activity in the cafe. Everyone turns to Yahiko, open mouthed, no doubt taken aback at the sudden gravity of his tone. And then, in the blink of an eye, Yahiko's face suddenly flashes back into his trademark grin without a hint of a shadow. What bothers you so, my good minions? Have I captured your hearts? A moment of silence follows. I can see the hesitation in everyone's faces. The hesitation of wanting to help Yahiko, but not knowing how. His toothy smile. His arrogant front. It's an impenetrable wall that's impossible to break down. Is it possible to help him when he doesn't really want it? It doesn't seem so. Eventually, the group awkwardly returns to conversation, and Yahiko's shoulders slump just slightly in relief. It's jarring to see his personality switch at the bat of an eye, but maybe that's his coping mechanism. Just like mine is standing from afar, mocking anything I can. Sorry, dude. Anyway, there's a lot of things about Mr. Ryota that still don't make sense. It gives me a bad feeling. Kinda like seeing a guy in a French maid costume, you know? No, I can't say that I do. I'll look into it. Yahiko deserves that much. Thanks, dude. Hey, last sandwich. Any takers? We turn back to the commotion to the rest of the group. The trays are almost completely picked clean. Well, that was fast. I guess the cafe's quality speaks for itself. I'll have it. Sandwich? I'd like it. The food is quite delicious. I'm also still pretty hungry. And there's only one way to solve this. A competition! On second thought, I don't want it anymore. Me neither. Meh. I ain't even said what the competition is yet. What is it? Well, you know, a real man's fair, so how about riddle game? A what? Honor student and all, Masato? I'm pretty sure that Irie can beat you on that front. She's probably one of the most observant people I know. Oh, I know some great riddles. Why don't we have Rui give the riddles? I doubt any of Akira's riddles would be understandable. Excuse me one moment. I'm going to go grab something. I have a bit of tiredness and I want to fix this. There we go. Alright, that should help. Definitely. I doubt any of Akira's riddles will be understandable. Okay. Masato marches in front of Rui. Eyebrows focus into harsh lines on his head. Irie only stares blankly with a quirk of her head. The rest of us gather around them in slight interest. Let me see. There's a 10-foot chain nailed to a wall. The center dips down 5 feet. How far are the ends from each other? Ah, they're on the same nail. If the center's down 5 feet, that means that it going down and up totals to 10 feet, which is the length of the chain. Wow, you're right, Masato. That was quick. Why would a chain be nailed to a wall? Huh? You know, maybe there's some merit to Masato choosing a riddle competition. Okay, next. I don't think that was really a riddle, it was just more like a math question. Okay, A young woman is attending her mom's funeral when she meets a man whom she falls in love with. But after the funeral, she can't find him. A couple days later, she kills her sister. Why? What? Why the hell would you do something like that against your own flesh and blood? This is a dumb riddle. You know that it's purely hypothetical, right? Ain't no kind of answer for that disgusting riddle. Didn't the woman want to meet the man at her sister's funeral? A pregnant pause fills the room. Yeah. Rui, isn't that the psychopath test? Maybe she's heard it before? The hell? It's dumb is what it is. What kind of shack and dumber kills her family for some shallow love at first sight? Bad riddle. Next, Rui. Okay, Mr. Pushy. Oh, I know. 4 old men sat down to play. They played all night till break of day. They played for cash and not for fun, with separate scores for every one. When it came to square accounts, they all made the same amounts. Not one lost and all gained. Now that you've heard, can you explain? This riddle has our entire group racking their brains. Same amounts, played for cash, maybe by a highly improbable chance. Oh, I see. That's quite clever, Rui. Oh, what's the answer? Simply put, the men... No, shut up till I solve this. Elizabeth snorts and rolls her eyes, but stays quiet. Masato begins to pace in agitation as Irie stares longingly at the sandwich. Oh, I know. They were playing day pay. The bank robbery game? Yes, they played for cash, they had separate scores, but they earned the same amounts. As sensible as that is, I highly doubt that this riddle has anything to do with video games. Sorry, that's not technically the answer. Oh, I'm pretty sure that a dozen kittens just died at that moment. Ah, I got it, Rui. The men are all musicians. Different scores, same amounts, playing from night to day. Yep, Masato 2 points, Irie 1. Ha! I knew it. As Rui shuffles through riddles that she knows, the rest of us lean forward. Even though Masato and Irie are technically the only ones competing, the riddles are interesting enough for us to try. You're woken up at 4 a.m. by a knock on your door. It's from a friend who came for breakfast. You have bread, jam, bacon, and eggs. What do you open first? This time, there's not even a pause for deliberation. Everything at once, of course. Ain't no skimping on hospitality. No, sorry. It's not even physically possible to open all 4 containers simultaneously. You ain't never been real hungry, have you? Okay. Irie, your answer? Don't you open the door first? Otherwise your friend will be outside. That's right. Oh, damn. Should have seen that one. At least he has the dignity to acknowledge this loss. You know what this means. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a tiebreaker. Can I hear it for Team Marvelous Masa? Oh yeah! The cafe falls into a deadly hush. Time ticks on. Right. How about Team Tiny Girl with an infinite stomach? Woohoo! Go Irie! Think with brains and think with minds. Go and kick Masa's behind. I'm getting a sudden sense of deja vu. Well, Judge Rui, it's up to you to determine the fate of this matchup. That's a lot of pressure. Looks like this will be the riddle of a lifetime. Okay, let me think. She ponders for a moment in the stillness of the cafe, then clears her throat. Poor people have it, rich people need it. If you eat it, you die. What is it? Masato opens his mouth, but Irie beats him to the punch. Drugs. Another silence. What exactly has Irie been through in life? Poor people have it, rich people need it. If you eat it, you die. It's drugs. Well? I mean, technically speaking, she's not wrong. Rui quickly whips to Masato with a pleading look. Masato, what's your entry? Masato stands quietly for a brief second. It seems like a huge burden is on his shoulders. We wait in poised silence for his fateful reply. Finally, he opens his eyes, enunciating every syllable with crispness. The answer is nothing. Poor people have nothing. Rich people need nothing. And if you eat nothing, you die. A stoic stillness falls upon the cafe. Something about his words seemed unnaturally heavy. And then Akira breaks the tension with a loud, enthusiastic crowd and clapping. Well, darn my socks. Looks like we've got ourselves a winner. Yes, right. Rui quickly snatches a lonely sandwich from its plate and thrusts it towards Masato. I hereby bestow upon thee the final sandwich. Go, eat, have fun. Drugs isn't the right answer? Most people wouldn't think of drugs. Does that make it wrong? Here we go. Deep questions by Irie Hiraga. Rui grins with a very panicked manner and promptly grabs my sleeve. Well, it's been fun, guys, but it's getting awfully late. Wow, I'm suddenly feeling so tired. It must be my leg. And I gotta head back. Curfew. In that case, it would be efficient to all walk back together. No. Masaki, Elizabeth, Irie, Yahiko, bathroom. Time for some girl talk. Oh, yes, of course. Wait, why am I included? And boy, oh boy, Masato, it's getting really late. You should run back, as fast as possible. Right now. Huh? Nah, I'll just walk with... Oh, Masato, my man, let's go. Without warning, Yahiko once again grapples Masato's arms and drags him out of the door. I am not sure what caused this abrupt action, given the fact that he should have loved being alone with a group of girls. Just after their sudden exit, Akira leads the other girls into the women's bathroom without another word, leaving Rui and I alone. Wow, that was really subtle. Incredibly subtle. They should become national spies. Or international. We pause. A sudden idea seizes my mind. A bit random and spontaneous, but even so. Say, Rui, can you come with me? Where to? The cemetery. It's been hovering in the back of my mind for the past 3 months. You mean? Yeah. Are you sure? I mean, up until now, I thought you didn't... I mean, I wouldn't want to, but you wouldn't be. I want you to come with me. Okay, let's go. We head to the subway and board it in silence, riding north along the side of the river. All it takes is disembarking the subway and crossing the bridge, and we arrive. I am going to shave it. The air is beautiful here, but cold. Maybe it's solely due to the sight of an endless stretch of memorial stones, but the light feels frigid against my skin. I pull my jacket tightly around me and navigate the cemetery. Although it's been a long time, years, my footsteps easily find their way. Rui lays a gentle hand on my arm, comforting but unobtrusive. On another day, I might stop and muse at how many stones, how many different stories lie just in this one spot. Each engraving, a different life, each monument, a different family history. But in this moment, I'm focused on just one thing. I pull to a stop in front of a marker by a boundary of trees, where a large stone looms from the ground. Brisk letters carve into its surface. Ishimoto family grave. Mizu Ishimoto, February 1999 to January of 2008. The business card deposit next to the grave is stacked, long neglected over the years. I absently shuffle through a few of them. Reporters, more reporters, teachers from our school, more reporters. This is the only mark that she made. A story in breaking news, significant for just a fleeting moment. She could have grown up to be so much more. But instead, she was just a kid who suffered a tragedy. 3 months ago, maybe I would have been furious at the world. No. 3 months ago, I was definitely furious at the world. But now, hey, sis. I'm sorry that I didn't bring any flowers or incense. Didn't even grab any water. Terrible brother, aren't I? I'm silent for a moment. Rui's fingers gently squeeze my shoulder. The wind picks up for a moment and sweeps warm air against our cheeks, almost like a single breath. Welcome to the chat, Vide. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Also, thank you for the 10 streaks, Gojo. I see you're raking in the points. I wonder what he's going to use them for. You're doing good? That's good. That's good, that's good. Stretch. So far in this, I don't know how much of that you've seen me play this game, but it was pretty much like a psychological murder mystery, pretty much. I'm already past a point where I faced Mr. Ryota, which we found out was a killer, but the story's not over yet. You're doing good. You're eating shrimp? I enjoy shrimp. It's been a while, but you were listening last week? Okay, so you know that basically all that you missed was the little D&D session that they had, and then the fact that no one really knows Mr. Ryota's motives. That's really the only difference. So, and now I'm visiting Yama is visiting his sister's grave. So, with Rui. If I close my eyes, I can almost see Mizu's smile. Soft, open, with total understanding. She's still 9 years old in my head. Hasn't aged a day. Somehow, I doubt that she cares about flowers and incense. So, did you get my lanterns? I probably should have visited you sooner. But written communication is the next best thing, isn't it? Silence again. I swallow past the lump in my throat. Been having some problems about that day, as you probably know. I've always wished that you'd lived and that I'd died. Always. Who knows? Maybe if you were still around, no one would have gotten hurt. Maybe you would have caught Ryota before Shigure and I could have blinked. That sounds like you. The 9-year-old girl in my head frowns imperiously. Almost as if to say, Yams, you totally underestimate yourself. It's okay, sis. I think that I finally realized moping around doesn't change the past. Pretty sad, huh? You'd think it'd be obvious, considering that I can't time travel or anything. But I think in some way, all I wanted to do, really, was remember you. Even if it meant being miserable all the time. Rui's face is coated with tears, but she doesn't say a word. I don't know why she's crying, but something about the sight is touching. So, I think I'm finally ready. I'll be moving on, sis. Sorry to leave you behind. Or is it actually that you've gone on ahead and you're waiting? I don't know, but I think you can trust me. Not necessarily because of me, but because this girl, the one standing next to me, she's my best friend, and she has more responsibility than the both of us combined. She's really precious to me, so I'm sure you can trust her. I pause awkwardly, looking down at the stone. It feels so empty. No flowers, no food, nothing. I'll, see you later. I step away from the gravestone, but Rui suddenly darts forward. Mizu! I just wanted to say thank you, Mizu. Thank you for protecting Yama. He means a lot, so much to so many people. You're a hero, Mizu, so thank you. I feel like you should know that you didn't make a bad choice. Yama is really cool. So sleep well, okay? I hope you get to meet someday. She steps away from the stone. I stare at her, flabbergasted. That was quite possibly the highest praise I'd ever received from someone. And she said it in front of Mizu. What? It's true. Thanks. She shuffles awkwardly for a moment, then shrugs. We stare at the ground, suddenly intent on studying our shoes. Finally, Rui slides into the nearby bench set up beneath a tree. She leans her head backward and stares into the sky. Give me a moment. Why don't we rest for a little bit? I sit on the opposite side of the bench, staring straight ahead. We remain in silence as the breeze brushes past, our hands folded neatly, almost formally in our laps. At this moment, I am keenly aware of the fact that something between us has drastically changed. It's not a change that I can verbalize. It's something abstract. Snug, but coiled. Like someone's taking the air between us and stretching it over a warm hearth. Yama, I almost jump in surprise. Huh? She pauses for a moment. The tension expands. I keep my eyes on the long column of stones. I hear a slight shifting of fabric, like Rui's taking something out of her jacket, and then a hollow, light clunk. From my periphery, I see her push something towards me. Something that scratches gently against the bench. Rui withdraws her hand and turns her head away from me without a word. Hesitantly, I reach out and pick up the object. It's a small, long box wrapped in gold paper and topped with crinkled silver bow. It's for you. I pause for a moment, my throat dry. So I gathered. Not like anyone else's around here. Rui remains silent, her face turned away. I gingerly raise the box and shake it against my ear. No sound. It's not like it'll explode or anything, idiot. She's not even looking, and she can tell what I'm doing. That's pretty remarkable. How many fingers am I holding up? Oh, come on, just open it.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes!
Welcome, welcome, Tech. How are you doing today? Have you been having fun with your victim? You're great, actually. Nice, nice, nice. Something good happened then. Tell me about it. I'm certain something good must have happened for you to feel great. Oh, you don't have to tell us, though, if you don't want to. No, you were busy. You were a bit busy hanging out with your mom for the first time in ages today, and you had a funny little tea party. Aw. That's awesome. A tea party in ages, huh? It's the first time in a while of you guys getting along. Ah, I see. Well, that's amazing, Tech. I'm so happy for you. I know it's not necessarily like something terribly common, so those precious moments, treasure those memories. I pull the ribbon loose and work my finger into the paper, cleanly separating the creases. A black box slides out of the wrapping and lands in my hands. It has no branding, but its weightiness in my palm exudes a sense of importance. Treasure those memories in Tech. I'm so happy for you. What is this? If you opened it, you'd know. I lift the lid of the box. A tiny part of me expecting to see some kind of bomb. But no, it's not a bomb. It's a pen. In fact, it's a very expensive looking pen, with a marbled cobalt barrel and trimmings of silver on either end. Oh wow. That's kind of amazing, actually. I gently pick it from its velour lining. Examining it in the scarlet sunlight, it lies heavily in the creases of my fingers, almost as if it's pressing life directly into my skin. Everything about this pen just screams money, and somehow, I don't think Yahiko bought this one. I placed the pen back in the case, clearing my throat. Suddenly, it's practically impossible to look at Rui. Thanks, I tried to say. Thanks for the pen. Thanks for everything. The words stopped short in my throat. I awkwardly coughed. Wow. You opened it? This is pretty shiny. Do you like it? Well, yeah, it's really nice. Stupid, stupid, stupid. It's a nice pen, but it's more than that. How long has it been since I made that one dumb offhand comment in the amusement park? Embrace the future, Yama. This is the ideal of technology. I'll stick with pen and paper, thanks. Ha! Are you an old man? You don't even use pen and paper. I would, if I had a pen that worked. You can always, I don't know, buy one. Now why would I do that? Has Rui been thinking about something so insignificant all this time? My fingers shake as I press the lid over the box, mind racing too fast to track. Rui cares. I've known about it for a long time, but she remembered something random, something trivial, something that really didn't matter. No one even uses pens anymore. No one with common sense, that is. And yet, she prioritized it. She invested in it. For whose sake? Mine? I don't even know how to properly thank her. Or if I can even properly thank her. I turn to her, gripping the box tightly in my hands, grasping for words. Rui. Wait. Before you say anything, I have something I want to tell you. She's still facing away from me, stubbornly keeping her eyes on the stones. I only sit in numb silence. So I was thinking about, when we argued. And I guess I realized that I don't really give you enough credit. Not out loud, at least. So I just wanted to say thank you. I guess I've been saying it a lot recently, but, you can never hear too much encouragement, right? Why? Why is she thanking me? She already complimented me in front of Mizu, and now... And just so you know, well, everyone might tease us about it, but this is just a gift between friends. I'm just so grateful. It sounds so cheesy, but I'm thankful that you protected me. In that classroom with Mr. Ryoto, I felt so alone. I didn't think anyone would come for me. But there's always hope, isn't there? No matter what? Anyways, all that was to say that this is a gift with no strings attached. I just want you to use it well. And I know now that you'll always protect me anyways. She turns to me, the last remnants of the sun streaming through her hair in a river of fire. Every facet of her face lights up in a smile of pure, childlike joy, simple to the heart. Thank you, Yama. You're my best friend. And the moment becomes still. It's funny. To another person, maybe that sentence would be offensive. I'm your best friend? That's it? That's all I mean to you after so many years? But to me, it feels like the greatest gift I could ever imagine. After Mizu, I never thought that I could be normal again. I never thought that I could laugh, have fun, or tell stupid jokes to a closed circle of friends. Oop, I forgot. And that did show up on stream. Oh my god, let me fix that crap real quick. I forgot that this game doesn't do overlays very well, and it shows up on my Steam friends. We're just gonna ignore that, okay? I don't want to put someone on blast. I don't want to. Oopsie, my bad. You saw nothing, okay? You saw nothing. I never thought that I could laugh, have fun, or tell stupid jokes to a close circle of friends. To be honest, I never thought that I would have friends at all. I signed out of Steam, so that doesn't happen again. Well, usually the Steam overlay doesn't show through games, but apparently it does through this one. So I didn't mean for that to happen. Life was empty, gray. I practically lived in a distant corner of the school playground. I could never grow up as a normal kid. Not anymore. No one would want to be friends with a dopey, boring Yamaishimoto. At least, that's what I'd believed. The wind gently brushes into a current that threads through us, whispering through fabric into a time that never ends. Our eyes are locked, but not in tension, not even in weariness. It's in peace, a baseline, earthy peace that feels unshakable, a sense of security that can't be replaced. I feel the corners of my lips slowly tug upwards, pulled unbidden by something light and warm, and my eyes close, and I'm laughing. Not like the sarcastic chuckles that have dominated the past few weeks. Not even like the sighs of relief earlier this morning, or the snorts of amusement throughout the day. It's something that I haven't felt in a long, long time. Quiet, pure, airy. Something that makes it feel like I can do anything. Is this happiness? The emotion swells inside, and my grin broadens until it feels like it'll burst off in my face. And then Rui's laughing. She's laughed often, but this time it's also different. There's no gap between her breaths, and everything is fluid. Almost as if it's pouring out of her. And we just sit there, returning back to childhood. Two dorks, laughing like idiots in the middle of the cemetery. It's probably disgraceful. We probably look like we're insane. But I close my eyes, and I feel the sun on my face, and I realize that I don't care. Or rather, maybe I care about what actually matters. Rui's laughter finally quiets, and she settles back, a light blush coloring her cheeks. If it's okay, can we get together tomorrow? I have something important to tell you. It should be an ominous phrase, but I find myself grinning. You know that you can just tell me no, right? Oh, well. She blushes a little deeper, digging her fingers into her skirt, like she's self-conscious about her uniform. The weather's not feeling quite right. The stars are not perfectly aligned. The horoscopes... Okay, yeah, I get it. Tomorrow it is. There's a brief pause. Rui lowers her gaze. Well, we should get going. Rui. Huh? You're my best friend, too. She colors deeply at this, but a hint of that light, airy smile returns to her face. I know. You told me, Zu. but thank you. There's so much more I want to say. She's thanked me for so much, things that don't even matter, but I haven't thanked her for anything. It was because of her make-believe that I got by Mizu's death. It was because of her support that I've gotten by these past few years. The romance conundrum? I don't know. It seems so far away, so insignificant. I just want to show her the gratitude that she deserves. But I can't seem to find the right words to say. It's as if anything that comes to my mind gets lodged in there. I guess we'd better head back. Didn't I just say that? You might have, yes. But where are you even staying? Isn't the school closed? Well, it's not like they could just kick us out with nowhere to go. So there's temporary housing for students in an apartment complex. You're going there? Actually, I'm gonna go home. Mom and Dad arranged everything already. All my stuff's there. They're going to drive me back. I'll wait with you. No, you need to go home. It's getting dark. It's not safe for you to be around. And that makes it safer for you? I'll be fine. Don't forget to come by tomorrow, okay? I'll be there. You'd better. Bye. She runs over to the edge of the cemetery that lines up in the street. That eases my nerves. At the very least, she'll be in public. I head back to my own apartment, holding this novel, airy feeling as holding this novel, airy feeling as tightly as I can. The last traces of sun soak out of the sky, replaced with deep shades of cobalt. It's been a good day. I stop in front of my apartment door, reaching toward the keypad lock. Then, I hear it. Faint melodies of some classical strain are bleeding through my door. Music, coming from my apartment. The apartment that I haven't been to in 3 months. The dizzy glow of ignorant happiness falls away from me all at once. I push the door open quietly, adrenaline spiking in my veins. Of course it's not over. Was I just getting complacent? I inch into my apartment as the music warbles on. Aside from the moonlight streaming through the curtains, everything is dark. I reach out to switch on the light, but nothing happens. The music swells to a crescendo. My hands grow clammy. I tighten them against my jacket. Something pricks at the back of my neck. I whip around, squinting at the shadows. Nothing but stillness. I shuffle to the kitchen, keeping my steps light as I extract a knife from the counter. My heart pulses in my throat. Someone in my apartment? Could it possibly? No, he's under custody. He has to be. Shiguri would tell me if he escaped. I inch closer, tightening my shaking grip on the handle of the knife. And then, something inches into the light, awash with silver. Good evening, Yama Ishimoto. Natsuki Tanaka leans against the window, arms crossed over her chest as she surveys me with a patronizing smile. Natsuki? Why is Natsuki here? How did she get here? What is she doing? Did you miss me? My grip goes slack. The knife clatters to the floor. What are you doing here? I wonder. You can't just waltz into my apartment. I already have. Get out, or I'm calling the police. Go ahead. You believe they would listen? Huh? I fall silent at that, my head spinning too fast to track. Closing down the school, withholding information on the crime, setting up Ryota as a scarecrow immigrant. That was you? Oh dear, I could hardly take credit for such a master's work of art. No, I'm just an ordinary teenage girl, beset with high school drama and college entrance exams. A sudden thrill of rage races through my veins. I lunge forward, slamming my hand on the glass. Look, Tanaka, I'm not in the mood for games. Oh, that's interesting. I could have sworn you were just playing one. What? Oh, are you feigning ignorance now? I speak of the, RP, of course. How could you know? I believe we've been over this part before, Yama Ishimoto. But it is hardly of any importance by this point. She suddenly twists her fingers into my collar, her face dropping into a harsh straight line. What really matters is your sheer ignorance. You should have heeded my words while you had the chance. Your words? That you should have stayed out of this. All of this. She releases me, shoving me back with surprising strength. I barely catch myself against the wall. I caught the serial killer. Isn't that what... Natsuki barks in harsh laughter. What, that little pawn? I wouldn't go patting myself on the back for him if I were you. I practically spoon-fed him into your hands. She claps hollowly, every facet of her face alight in a sardonic smile. Congratulations, Yama Ishimoto. You think this is the end? You aren't even close. She slides the door with cat-like grace, tapping something on her hip. The deadly feud cuts off abruptly. Oh, and you might want to change your key code. There is silence. Nothing but cold, deathly silence. I sink into my sofa, waiting in the darkness of my apartment. Only one phrase thrums through my mind. Ryota in jail. Rui alive. So what? The press is silent. The school is closed, and according to Shigure, something's wrong with the police too. I thought I understood everything, but Natsuki is always one step ahead. I thought I was the orchestrator, but it looks like I'm just a pawn. Still too ignorant, still too weak. I don't know what's going on. But maybe this is when that all changes, because now I'm capable of fighting back. For Mizu, who I should have protected. For the smiles of my friends. For peace and happiness, I guess. How cliché. Maybe it's time to stop staying back, thinking that everything will go wrong. Maybe it's time to move forward. There's something behind all these murders, and I have to figure out what that something is. And I can't do it alone, but I guess I'm realizing that I won't need to. Huh? I dreamt of something strange. At the time, it was perfectly clear. Something so vibrant that was almost tangible. Welcome, welcome, killer. 78% raised. Nice, nice. I wonder when would be a good time to do the ASMR stream. This is coming up. You just got back from an anime convention? Nice. I went on Friday to one, well, not just an anime convention. It was a convention for all of geekdom, pretty much. But it did have anime there. Just, I wish it had more. Yeah, I think like comic books, video games, like all of like, you know, Star Trek, Star Wars, even books, uh, and so it was all kind of just like a fusion of sorts. Did you get anything special there? I got a hat and a shirt that I need to. I think Sanu still has my shirt. Oh, I also got some chocolate too. Oh, right, I have that. I can have that afterwards. That would be nice. I just found out that there's still a lot more to this game. I don't know if I'll be done this week. Apparently, I just got past, like, what she described as a tutorial. And a grr sticker. And I liked how it just misspelled it to GRR. I really like the grr sticker. And the plushie is also really, really, really soft. I love it. I don't really have any room left in my room for any more plushies. So that's why I kind of withheld myself on that. But I still have something to remember the day by. I have a couple things, in fact. Did you, so what did you do at the convention, Killer? Anything special? Did you get anything? Or did you, go to, something fun? Ooh, not gonna lie, I lost a little prize card for Boba that you had. Aw. Missed your opportunity to buy a Mimikyu plushie. Collected some people's at cards. Some people's at cards from their stands and an Alistair bookmark. Ooh. Alistair. What media is Alistair from? I have them all too, Skojo. Why is my eye twitching? Has-Been Hotel. Okay. Yeah, the Has-Been Hotel Alistair. Like, I'm thinking of like many different Alistairs. I think Liz is also a fan of Has-Been Hotel. I want to watch that with her because I have not checked that out yet. But thanks for dropping by the stream. There's no mask stand this time. Just you've seen it. You said it's good. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be a fun watch when I can with Liz. Whew. I just got to the part of the story where it's revealed that it is not over. Even though Mr. Ryota is in jail, we've only found out that he was a pawn. And there's more to be had. At the time, it was perfectly clear. Something so vibrant that was almost tangible. There was smoke. Something heavy in the air. A kind of blackness filling my lungs. While I was dreaming, I understood everything. But after waking up, it felt vague. A silhouette immersed in fog. I feel like I've missed something important. Yeah! Like, what the hell? There was no... Like, I couldn't find any femboy, like, merchandise. It wasn't even just a body pillow. I couldn't find any, like, anything. Last year, there were so many. I know I was able to, like, point out, like, about half the booths had at least something. This time, nothing. It made me sad. Like, the moment I declared that I wanted to get a femboy body pillow, I can't find them anywhere anymore. Aw, it sucks. I'm so sad. There were more furries this year than I've seen in the past, actually. I remember, like, last year, I've only seen, like, 2 or 3, but that was on a Saturday. We went on a Friday this time, and there was a lot more, so... I think they just party on the weekends or something like that. It makes sense. You only saw one guy with a furry mask? I saw multiple people. Like, I think I saw one in full getup. I've seen a lot of people with just like the ears and tail. Yeah. So. It was fun. It was a fun, like, overall, it's, I don't go out a lot, but still. It's not as if I have apprehension meeting new people and going through crowds, though. I never really had that, like, anxiety about other people, to be honest. So, I guess part of it is that, like, no one's ever really bothered me that much. So many. Oh, we also saw someone that was in full getup in for some reason he was painted red, but it was the blood was it the blood? No, it wasn't the blood angels. Dark Angels. He had the Dark Angels logo on his back, but he was red, but he was also massive. But when I looked closer, it looked like that he either had really high platform shoes or somewhat of like stilts. Like as part of his costume, especially the boots. Especially it was the way that he was walking too, that it looked like he was walking on stilts. Or like really tall platform shoes. But I just couldn't get over the fact that he was red with the Dark Angels logo on his back. I was like, they're usually like dark green, right? It threw me off. Anyway. I mean, I never did get to ask him. Maybe there is a lore reason to, or it could also just be like favorite color or something like that. I know people paint their armies different too, rather than like the colors of like the chapter that they are in. And I also do know too that like there's not like absolute strict adherence to a single color. There's times too where like you can have like multiple colors, but usually it's like if you're an ultramarine, sometimes you have a red helmet. It would have been perfect. Yes, it would. Should have gone rainbow. Every piece of gear different, or just having the rainbow paint everywhere. There's multiple different kinds. Yeah. I just I wanted to maybe see someone in like full Black Templar get up though, like reenact the that the you know what I'm talking about, Skojo? There's the Black Templar versus like the furry, those that animation. Pride hosts these conventions, which you think is pretty cool. Wait, really? I didn't actually know that. I didn't know it was Pride that did it. I mean, I do see a lot more like of the LGBT crowd at these places, and they do take security like very seriously too. So. I didn't know that. But also, I do know that they have like a drag show too on Friday nights. I want to check that out next year. I really do. I think they're fun. I don't know. It also felt a little bit more muted this year than previous years. So, didn't it? Just a little bit? Ah, well. It could be just a sign of the times, to be honest. It was on every fan, metal detector, and the guard's uniform. Oh, I wasn't that observant. At the time, I think I wasn't yeah, I just I lack those observational skills. I do notice more and more of the crowd though every time I go out and about. I'm trying. That's all I can say. Said in big white letters, Pride. Why white? I think I would have noticed if it was like a rainbow or something like that, but I guess. Alright. I'm gonna... Had a lion logo. Lion logo? Oh, does Pride have a lion logo? For some reason, I always thought it was just supposed to be rainbow. Oh my god, I'm such a tourist. Interesting. It makes sense. I didn't notice that before. I'll have to take a look at that later. Alright, let's keep going. Normally, I might check if Natsuki's stolen anything from my apartment. To be honest, though, she doesn't seem like the thieving type. The last parade... Oh, okay. I haven't been to a pride parade or anything like necessarily pride related, so I guess I would not have even made the connection had I seen it. So, if anything, she's probably just the kind of person who relishes in the abject terror of humanity. Instead, I guess I'll wash up and get dressed and do whatever else is routine. Well, depends on when it happens. Let me know. The thing is, I'm up for it, yeah. It definitely gets me out of the house, and I get to have a new experience. You just got back from Pride Parade today? It seems like everyone's out doing stuff. Well, it is the first week of June, so it makes a lot of sense. So instead, I guess I'll wash up and get dressed and do whatever else is routine. Waiting for the moment of truth. That is true. It is the weekend. Nice. Did you have fun? Did you go during the day or did you go during the night? Or was there a nighttime thing for Pride Parade? Because you said Pride Parade, so I'm assuming it was just a daytime thing. It started at 11 a.m., so it's the daytime one. No, it's like a convention. It has night activities. Okay. Until I meet Rui today. Uh-oh. Yeah, instead I guess I'll wash up, get dressed, and do whatever else is routine. Waiting for the moment of truth. Until I meet Rui today. It's a little strange. Now that the day is bright, and the sun's shining, and the weather is a stereotypical, beautiful summer day, I find that my head is painfully clear. Cryptic warnings, whatever. They're only ominous in the dead of night when accompanied by danse macabre. How do I say that word, actually? Give me a sec. I've read this word a couple times, but I've never heard it spoken. Macabre. Really? It's just macabre? Okay. How about dance? How to say dance macabre? Oh, it is dance macabre. Okay, I got it. Interesting. As for meeting Rui today, I can't deny it any longer. She's going to confess to me. She's going to say that she likes me, as in, has romantic feelings for me, just so I don't misunderstand. Dummy. Okay, listen up or she'll punch me. And by the way, this doesn't mean we have to date or anything. She thought she should let me know. And she's liked me forever. But because I'm such a dummy, I never realized it. But anyway, where was she going with this? She had a point. Ah, right, she likes me. Yeah, that's all she had to tell me. So many people are in long-distance relationships. I want to know, though, when you do, like, if you do meet up, please make an announcement. Then she'll finally stop breathlessly. I'm supposed to act floored because she was so very subtle about hiding her feelings. Maybe it sounds arrogant, but it's true. I can't deny that. For some unknown reason, Rui Hayata has feelings for Yama Ishimoto. Skoja's hiding away. The problem has always been, what do I do in response? You'd think that after facing a serial killer together, anything else would pale in comparison. And well, I guess it did. Yesterday? No, for the past 3 months even. But maybe I'm having doubts now that the event is actually imminent. Because for the first time, it's not just something I can push off for later. I'm going to have to face it. Today. The thing is, I know what Misaki would say. Or what Akira would say. She likes you and you need her. What's the problem? That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. Rui doesn't deserve anything half-hearted. She doesn't deserve a guy who doesn't even know how he feels, or a guy who's using her for his own purposes. She deserves someone who's totally, madly in love with her, who will pursue her to the ends of the earth, who will fight for her like she's... Yeah, Vi just outright denying it. I expected that answer though. So I think Skoja did too. Why do I suddenly think of Masato? Ugh. Then Masaki or Akira will respond. Well, I'm sure that doesn't matter to her. She likes you for you. And I will respond. It does matter. It will always matter. It will matter because in a few months, Rui will be disappointed, claiming that she's in a one-sided love, and she'll want more than me than I'm able to give. It will matter, because if something happens between us, I'll have no one left. Then, Misaki or Akira will respond. Love is a choice. Love is an action. It's not a wishy-washy feeling. You can choose to love her. Then they'll continue. So, go confess. Seize the day. And at that convenient moment, Rui will call me, and the shoujo manga will be complete. And speak of the devil, don't tell me this is about to happen. Yama. Hey, I know we're supposed to meet up today, but I was thinking that... Yama. My voice dies in my throat, and I flop on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Hi, Dad. An awkward pause. I hadn't expected this call to come today. In fact, I hadn't expected this call to come well ever. What exactly has been going on? I don't hear disapproval in his voice. I don't hear anger. I don't even hear worry. He sounds distant, just like how I feel distant. Nothing much. It sounds feeble coming out of my mouth. Of course stuff has been happening. They've been paying the hospital bills. They've been receiving notices from the school. Who knows, maybe even Shigure talked to them. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Yama, what is this about a serial killer? And Rui, and... They weren't supposed to call. They were supposed to be ignorant, able to keep their son at a distance, abiding by whatever arrangement was most comfortable for them. Yeah, there's been disappearances at the school. It was actually because a faculty member at the school was kidnapping students and murdering them. Yes, we've heard. I can't believe it. He almost killed Rui. Dead silence follows the statement. I wait, my palms sweating against my pajamas. So, the hospital visit. Yeah? Another silence. So much for not bothering my parents. Yama, you almost died, didn't you? You better tell me that there was no other option, son, and that you called the police. There wasn't, and yeah, I did. There's yet another silence. It's almost as if we're co-workers rather than family members. To be honest, I can't really say why. It's not like my parents hate me. In fact, I know that they care for me. Things used to be different. We were a close family, in a way. Mom and Dad were always smiling, always laughing, always excited about their restaurant. But after Mizu... Son? Huh? Did you hear from your mother? I pause. Dad sighs. We're coming to pick you up. Now. Wait, what? Leave? Now? There's too much unfinished. There's too much that I'm leaving behind. There's just too much. Honey, we thought you'd be safe and happy in Isamu with Rui, but I am. Oh yes. I could tell that from the hospital notice and from the serial killer that was apparently after your and Rui's necks. Dear, please calm down. You're coming back, Yami Ishimoto. I'm not... And suddenly, his voice cracks. Losing my other kid. Just like that, the distance between us shatters into pieces. I fall backwards, my mind flailing for explanations. Expectations, guilt, nostalgia. We've been distant for years, we've barely spoken. Most times, I don't even come home for the holidays. Because after Mizu died, all they did was push me away. Right? Or was I the one who pushed them away first? I don't remember anymore. All I know is I don't want to go back. Not yet. I still need to stay in the city. I still have so much to discover. About Ryota, about the news, about everything. But it's probably selfish. No, it's definitely selfish. All this time, I thought that my parents sent me to a school with Rui to kick me out. But it looks like they've just been trying to care for me. Shouldn't I repay that favor? We're getting in the car. Pack your stuff, Yama. We'll be there in 3 hours, honey. On the dot. 3 hours. 3 hours to say goodbye to all the friends that I've made. Tie up all the loose ends I've left hanging. Including my visit to Rui. If I'm going to visit her at all. What will I even do when I return to my hometown? Sleep? Watch movies? Waste a day just like I used to? No, I might not be in Isamu anymore. That doesn't mean that I can't do anything productive from home. Okay, have a safe trip. Bye-bye, honey. You be safe too. And with that, the call shuts off. I probably should feel relieved, or happy, or grateful for learning that my parents haven't been ignoring me all this whole time. But I only feel blank. Maybe the distance is too much. Maybe it's all too late. I carelessly begin to throw some of my belongings into a luggage, but stop short checking the time. 3 hours. I have just enough time to visit one friend, then pop over to Ryu's house before my parents arrive. Who? Just one person? I'm going to save it here. It seems so sudden. Well, then again, I guess I shouldn't be making this a big deal. I'm not exactly moving to a different planet. Still, if I can only see one person, who should I see? Apparently, I got an achievement that I can visit everyone. Who to visit? Who to visit? Who to visit? Who to visit? I'm glad I saved it just before this choice. I knew that it was coming up. Well, I can check out, I can check out every ending. Who should I pick? Who should I pick? Pick the one you like the most. Let's see. Akira is weird. She's really energetic. But I don't know, she throws me off a bit. Elizabeth, she likes books and has a ton of witty banter. I really do like her. But she also has trouble, like, explaining herself. So, Masaki, she is... I mean, she's street smart. She's quite intelligent. And Irie... Elizabeth is me? Oh, I wouldn't say so. A person who I probably most identify with would probably be Irie. Into games, a little bit awkward thinking, also literal thinking. But I don't know. My decision here, I think it's going to be between Irie and Elizabeth. I saved it at this point too, so I can check out each of the endings. There might be an achievement bound to it, or there might be something else. I mean, the big thing is that Irie also acts as GM. If I could play D&D and she's the GM and does a really good job with it, I think I'd have the most fun with her. I think that's it. So Irie is his. Well, Elizabeth knows how to explain herself. She just didn't think that she needed to. That's different from actually explaining, like trying to explain yourself and failing to do so, rather than just not doing it and expecting people to. Well, actually, that's kind of me, anyways. Yeah, but like then here's the thing though. Like then that would mean that like I'm just picking the person who like I guess has the same issues as me, but like I mean, the game doesn't really even portray that. It portrays her as really, really book smart though. And like reading in the lines, so yeah. It's just, it's terrible. I know. But then, like, if I explained it in, with any clarity whatsoever, I think that she would, like, it'd be kind of like the same then, I guess. I don't know. I picked Irie because I think I would have, like, the quality time with her. Oh, well, Elizabeth's also really good with like a gun. So there's that too. Yeah, Elizabeth is actually pretty good at games too. I don't know. I already chose Irie, so I can always go back and check the other one. I did save it just before that choice. So I don't know how like what the distance is between this and like the rest of the game, but let's see. Well, I've never actually used this number since I got it at the amusement park, but now is as good a time as any. The dial tone suddenly stops. Did the call disconnect? Hello? Yama. Or maybe Irie just picked up the phone and didn't say anything. Sorry, this is kind of sudden, but do you have a few moments to spare? Yes. Can we meet up for a second? That's not very much time. I mean, can we meet up for maybe half an hour? Oh, where? I can come to the temporary housing. Yes. Wait. On second thought, that might not be wise if there's students all over the place. Students who still hate Irie's guts. How about rooftop? No, school's closed. Is there anywhere else that we could have a decent discussion? Ah, of course. You know the river by the school? Yes. Can you meet me there? Yes. See you in a few minutes. I am hanging up. Right. Time to head to the river. I leave my luggage in my apartment and head outside, slipping Rui's pen into my pocket. Oop. The day is beautiful and bright, sending waves of sparkle skittering across the surface of the Rainbow River. If I hadn't almost drowned in it twice, I might have actually appreciated its beauty. As it is, I can barely bring myself to approach a bench that's a good distance from the river's edge. I presently notice Ivory coming down the path, a peach held securely in her hands. She sits beside me, staring emptily at the river as she bites into her snack. Morning. It's afternoon. Afternoon, then. Yes, it is. A moment of silence passes. Eventually, I decide to just spit up my news out. I'm leaving. But you just got here. I mean, I'm leaving Isamu. I'm moving back to my hometown. Moving? Yeah, basically, my parents don't think that it's safe for me to be here, so they want me to come back. Why? Well, you know, the whole serial killer thing. They weren't too happy to hear about it. Iry's expression doesn't budge, but her peach lies forgotten in her hand. You don't want to go back. No, I don't. I feel like after years of stumbling around the dark, I finally found something that I'm supposed to do. And now, what? I have to move away? All the heroes have to. For the training montage. I snicker at this despite my dark mood. Sorry to break it to you, but I'm not a hero. The only reason I even came to Isamu was because Rui's family had moved here. Had to move here. What do you mean? We all used to live in Sato, the suburb 3 hours away. Don't know if you know it. That's where Misaki, Rui, and I grew up. But Rui's dad got a job here, so they moved. Your family moved here too? No. They sent me to the academy where Rui was transferring. Why? The question sticks in my mind, and I can't find the words to answer it myself. Why? Because I was mentally unstable. Because my parents didn't want to deal with me anymore. At least that's what I always thought. But now, I guess they thought I wouldn't do well without Rui. You are very close. Yeah, inseparable. She is the classic patient childhood love interest. I can't stop the sigh of exasperation that spills out of my lips. Not this again. It's just, she wants to meet up today to tell me something. I'm pretty sure she's going to confess. Confess? Yeah, confess her love, I guess? Wow, that's weird to say aloud. That is weird. I know, I just said that. No, the patient childhood love interest is acting outside of parameters. That is what is weird. Sorry? Irie tilts her head quietly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She is not supposed to confess. She must hold in her feelings, forever. She must never bring it up. What defines her is her unrequited love. Did you set any flags which would change her behavior? That is a very odd explanation, but Iris is being very earnest. Maybe this is her way of trying to help me? I took her to the cemetery? I expected Iris to be horrified by this, but she only nods in understanding. Who were you visiting? Interesting. I guess that taking events at face value has its advantages. It's kind of a long story, I guess. But, it seems like it helped her feel special, somehow. I see. She sinks back into the bench, staring aimlessly at the river. For a second, I think that her mind has drifted away. Until she suddenly snaps to attention, eyes narrowed in determination. You must meet her today, at all costs. What? Why? I shall guess what you are currently thinking. You are not certain of your feelings. You believe that you cannot reflect Rui's love for you. Oh wow, she's got me pegged. You believe that changing your current relationship will only result in difficulties and an eventual shattering of your friendship. You believe that you are selfish for wanting to maintain the current state of affairs. But neither do you wish to hurt Rui. In fact, a part of you wonders whether Rui's feelings for you are genuine or simply a natural reaction to spending a large amount of time together. Because those very feelings are what you hold. Well, yeah, actually. She's exactly right. That's kind of terrifying. So, what do you think I should do? Alright. You said I should meet her today, at all costs. But what should I say? How should I respond? Whatever is truest. What exactly does that mean? Do not speak like someone else. You are not LaRouge Lamparade. You are not Susumu Kuromochi. You are Yama. Just Yama. So you must speak with her today. So, basically she's telling me to just be myself? It's vague, but pretty comforting, surprisingly. Okay. Thanks, Irie. Irie suddenly resumes munching at her peach, her eyes drifting far to the river. When you come back, you must fight. Fight what? Rui? Crime? Amidia? For the truth? Either way, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not coming back. Not permanently. Irie's peach stops an inch before her lips. Not coming back? I doubt my parents will let me come back alone. And it's not like they can just leave their restaurant either. Irie trails off at this, looking unusually disheartened. I see. This abrupt display of emotion kindles guilt inside of me. I promptly search for something that will ease her mind. But I'm going to visit, and you know, there's email and text messaging and phone calls. Irie says nothing. I can't even begin to guess what's going on in her mind. Another long-distance relationship. Maybe, in some way, she'll miss me? That's an unusual thought. All I've done in the past 2 weeks is tease her and get her into trouble. Wait, what? 2 weeks? Hasn't it been 3 months? That's not right. We just went out together after I've been in the hospital. Huh? Either way, I'm glad that she's now part of our friend group. If the RP yesterday was anything to go by, Rui will make sure that she's no longer isolated. Rui's always been good at that. Yama, if you are leaving, make sure to have a training montage. Although her tone is somber, I get the sudden urge to ruffle her hair. I settle for a smile. But there's no nearby obscure villages in the mountains. Climbing mountains is also good training. Me? Yeah, no. The tiniest smile pulls at Irie's lips as she resumes eating her peach. It's odd. I feel like I barely know her. And yet, the silence between us is calm, comfortable. Can you tell the others? You know, why I'm moving and such? Yes. She doesn't ask why. I don't just text them or email them myself. She only accepts. A sign of trust. I smile again, absorbing the peaceful moment as best I can. Then I stand. Bye, Irie. Goodbye. I love that interaction. It's simple, but it's also straightforward, to the point, and really adorable. I love the point where just Yama just wants to pat her head too. I like the choice that I made. Yeah, I think I like Irie most, basically just on her personality. For me, it's very easy to understand. I walk away, heading to the train station. Irie stays on the bench, munching quietly at her peach. Every step feels surreal. I'm walking through light or water or some half-formed dream. A distant part of my mind is whispering, moving? It can't be real. This can't be real. Earlier this year, the thought of leaving Isamu would be unimaginable. I had nowhere else to go. Even now, I don't really have anywhere to go. Well, either way, I need to meet with Rui before my parents arrive. I board the subway to Rui's house, gripping the pen in my pocket as the tunnel lights glare past the windows. Just go there, just talk with her, Just hear her out. I'd like nothing more than to bolt, but this is a time to man up and face the problem head on. Everything will be fine. Probably. My arrival in District 2 is quiet and unhurried. Both the station and the roads are practically empty. Despite its close distance to the heart of the city, this district takes on some definite suburban qualities. Plants are definitely more plentiful here than in any other district, save for the boundary by the Isamu forest. As I jump into the nearest cab, I catch a glimpse of the towering cluster of research buildings that line the roads. They're the closest thing to skyscrapers in this district. Most of them proudly bear the insignia of Way Forward Pharmaceuticals. Well, I guess that District 2 is known as the medical district for a reason. Hospitals, retirement homes, top-tier specialized treatment centers. District 2 would have it all. I've experienced it myself, far more than I would like. I dismiss my thoughts as the taxi rolls its way to the quieter side of the district and pulls to a stop at the entrance of a suburban neighborhood. A quick payment later, I'm striding to a familiar picket fence house on the corner of the street, surveying the sign hung cheerily on the door. Home is where the heart is, and the heart is where the Hayatas are. Cute. I'd always thought that phrase that stupidly cheesy when I was a kid, but once you grow up a little, I guess you start appreciating stupidly cheesy things. I stand before the house for a moment, breathing quietly through my nose. This is it. The point of no return. Isn't that what they called it? The moment where it's no longer possible to have 1 foot in water and 1 foot on land. Where the fence is too high to straddle and too thin to balance on. Yes or no? Black or white? A or B? It's time for me to make a decision. Whatever that decision means. I raise one hand to the door. Pause. One hand. How many lives have been ended with one hand? Roman gladiators looking to audiences, searching for the telltale direction of their thumbs. Execution orders from monarchs all over the world, given with a snap of the fingers or the raising of an arm. Anyone with a semi-automatic in their hand, able to extend a destiny with a twitch of their index finger. This isn't good. My mind wandering again. I tell myself that this situation isn't even that bad, that really, I just need to focus. Now's not the time to lose my head. I raise my hand again and knock firmly on the door. But it gives way beneath my knuckles, creaking open in the silence. Huh? Maybe she left it open for me. But then the smell hits. The moment it does, everything is... it's just unbearable. The first thing that hits my nostrils is a gassy, greasy smell of something burning. Like stir-fry left too long in a steel pan. I instinctively cover my nose with my sleeve. The stench presses past my fabric, filtering through every thread like a worn sieve. The house is dark, beyond dimly lit. Not a single light flickers within sight, even on the electronics. Every curtain is fastened shut, leaving only stray pinpricks of light peeking through the windows. A strange curdle of fear fastens in my stomach. I push the door wide open, my voice cracking. Uncle? Auntie? Rui? Uh-oh. A flood of sunlight washes around my figure, bathing the living room in an ivory glow. What it reveals is cruel, unforgiving, as bleak as it is bright. Shards. It's the very first thing my eyes land on. Fragmented, torn-edged shards of metal, wood, glass, all strewn over the floor and the furniture. Cushions with ragged seams are scattered on the ground, accompanying their toppled armchairs and sofas. The family pictures, usually in pristine condition on the walls, are hanging askew, frames cracked and pictures sagging through broken glass. Transfixed in shock, I step forward, my eyes roving around to take in the scene. I pass by the narrow doorway that leads to the kitchen. Rui and I used to play tag there back in the day. That, and we tried to climb up the doorframe by pushing against opposite sides with our hands and feet. Now, All I can see is a pan settled on the stove, old oil dancing over blackened food. The stove still alight. Doesn't take a genius to realize that it's the source of the stench. A fire hazard in any other circumstance. And yet, it doesn't feel like the fire is the worst to come. I almost chuckle. Maybe they were preparing for my arrival. Hospitality was always our strong suit. But despite that, abandoned cooking, lit stove, burning food. These signs all point to the same direction as the destruction before me. Something that winds in a lazy path into the dining room. Glass crunches beneath my shoes, and I stop by the adjoining corridor, lifting my eyes slowly to the dining table. Dread. I had often felt it in my life. That black, slick sensation in the pit of my stomach that sloshed with every step I took. That rose as bile to my throat. That crushed my lungs until I suffocated on my own breath. But I had never felt it like this. I stagger against the wall, my heart stopping cold in my chest. Rui's father is slouched against the table, head pressed almost comically into a bowl of soup, his hands hanging idly at his side. Blood is coated over the back of his skull, crusting over his neatly kept hair and swimming in the soup that covers his face. His skin is pale, lifeless, his joints solidified from rigor mortis. Dead. How? How could this happen? My vision spins angrily before my eyes. I feel the automatic response of my conscience slipping away. No. I wrestle reality back into my grasp, jerking away from the terrible scene. I have to call the police, get help, do something. I stumble out of the dining room, jamming at my phone with trembling fingers when my foot catches against something stiff and creaky, and something very human. Rui's mother, blank-eyed, cuts from the shattered fragments on the floor covering her body, jaw locked in shock at an unseen assailant. A bullet hole is planted squarely in her chest, soaking her clothes in the carpet around her with blood. Clutched in her frozen hand is a pitiful capsule of pepper spray. A laughable self-defense when surrounded by such devastation. I shakily pull myself to my feet, my breath coming fast and heavy. Too late. Dead. All my fault. Rui! Where's Rui? I stagger upward, vision still twisting as I pull myself along the wall and into the kitchen. She might still be alive. She might be okay. My own mind ridicules this senseless hope, and yet I feel strength bursting into my limbs, clearing my mind of one vital minute. Let's invent a little story. Let's say that once upon a time, a terrible murder occurred at an unsuspecting faux suburban home. 2 adults, accomplished adults, beautiful and gentle adults, were brutally shot to death. Let's say that their home was ravaged, that shards of wood, glass, metal, and ceramics littered the ground so heavily that it was impossible to take a single clear step. But let's say that their sacrifices were not in vain, that despite this blindsiding crime, their daughter, their precious little girl, was able to escape. This daughter found refuge. She waited for her friends. She was terrified. She was upset, but she was alive. Let's invent this little story. Let's pretend that it's true. Let's sleep in peace, wrapped with hope, ready to fight for a brighter tomorrow. But stories, no matter how beautiful, are always so very wrong. Because in the kitchen, there's an island counter. At the edge of the island counter, there's a sickening lump of blood that lazily oozes down the cabinet. And below this island counter lies something very, very mocking. Oh no. The hope that had dared to rise in my chest crashes down my lungs, driving all breath from my body. My eyes are peeled open, unblinking, as if staring will somehow get rid of this sickening display. No. This isn't true. I crumple against the floor, splattering blood over my knees. I taste something metallic in the corner of my tongue. Visceral memories, barely 3 months old, surged to my eyelids. No. This was over. Everything was over. Isn't true, isn't true, isn't true, isn't true. Pipes screaming, wood on metal, and a knife sinking deep, deep into flesh. No, 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 no. I seized the nearest object, a renegade shard from a nearby shattered bowl, and gash it violently against my skin. It should skitter across the surface, or glide like ice, or feel distant, quiet, 7 worlds away. But my arm shrieks in protest as the edge digs into the flesh, drawing slow weeping blood. I can only stare as it throbs. Not a nightmare. Not a dream. Nothing but reality. Bile claws up in my throat until I retch against my mouth. I barely manage to turn away in time. Digested saliva drips from my lips and seeps into cracks of the tiled floor. A vision. A hallucination. Some other explanation. Not this. Never this. My sweat is ice cold against my skin. I'm shivering. Shivering with such intensity that my bones rattle in my eardrums. Pipes. Knives. Vomit. Blood. Smoke. Flooding. Exhaust. No. This was supposed to be over. This was supposed to be behind us. She was safe. She made it home. She wasn't at school. She was safe. I forced my eyes to drift down, engraving every corner, every color, every spike of light into the deep recesses of my mind. Eyes glazed, mouth slightly agape, a remnant of surprise. She's dressed nicely, so nicely. I don't even remember the last time I saw her out of uniform. She's even wearing jewelry. I choke over my own voice. Right. She thought of dressing nicely today. She thought of meeting up with me. We were going to have a little dramatic scene. Something to do with, I like you, and me too, maybe. We were going to eat together with her family. Maybe being embarrassed. Maybe being understanding. Who knows what decision we would have come to. But that is a different world. I reached to her cheek, touching her jaw with the edges of my fingertips. There should be warmth, pulsating life. I almost expect to feel her breath against my palm. Cold, still, unnatural. A mannequin manufactured by fate. A small sigh expels from my lips, washing against her bangs. Rui, wake up. Her eyes are open, unblinking. A staring contest on the other side of life. She's not here. I retract my throbbing arm back to my side, slumping unceremoniously against the kitchen island. Shouldn't I scream for help? Shouldn't I wail in anger? But I only feel a numbness settling over my skin. Something deep, calm, like a lake frosting over in the face of fresh snow. Of course it would be Rui, just like it was Mizu. There doesn't need to be any logic. There doesn't need to be any sense. All there has to be is cold, unforgiving injustice. All there has to be is misery, pain, and suffering. Death can strike wherever it pleases, so long as it receives its ample reward. I throw back my head. I laugh. It reverberates in the empty, splintered ceiling. Beautiful, I muse. It's a cold kind of beauty, but it's beautiful. Just like death. My eyes drift onto Rui's face. I only stand there, an irreplaceable calm stilling all my other thoughts. I can almost see it from here. Her fragile, pale body laid gently against the ground like a princess in slumber, Maybe she'd be smiling a peaceful smile. I'd like that. She would be lovely, quiet, vulnerable, weak. She'd be standing here, frozen in shock. The images swimming before her in a macabre production. Weak. She'd be trying to call the police, but her fingers would slide across the bloody surface of her phone to no avail. Weak. I wish that we could trade places. I wish that I would be the one lying on that floor, that she would be the one slumping against the wall with her useless phone clasped in her trembling fingertips. I wish that I would be the one with my jaw solidified in horror, and she would be the one with a peaceful, emotionless smile. I wish that I would be gone, drifting away in a soulless wind, and she would be here, her spirit tortured and rent apart, but alive. I've wished many things, most of them too ridiculous to name. This, too, must be ridiculous. My vision blurs. Perhaps I care, perhaps I don't. Something clatters to the ground, steeped gently in Rui's pool of blood. Time wears drearily on. I see nothing. I hear nothing. There is nothing in my mind but a pale reflection, a glimmer of scarlet ribbon fixed behind my eyelids. The clock ticks. I talk. Of all people, Rui Hayata. We'd just escaped a serial killer. We'd just been stretched to our wits' ends. We'd just been in intensive therapy for 3 months. That was certainly a hefty debt for life to repay. An innocent, gentle-hearted girl, thrust into something that snatched her ability to talk. She deserved the world. She should have grown up, married a guy who was madly in love with her, had 1.6 children, lived in a house with a white picket fence. But this? What is this? This is beyond simple injustice. This is just cruelty. Life is cruel. Death is cruel. And Rui has to pay the price for their damned little games, treating her like a pawn on the chessboard, an insignificant sacrifice for a meaningless play. I can't stand it. She never deserved this. Any of it. Any of it. I lash out blindly. The heel of my foot splinters against something wooden, stabbing deep into my leg. The pain feels distant, like my limbs are detached from my head. Might as well be. After fighting so hard to keep it all together, slamming ourselves repeatedly into a wall until it shattered with our broken bodies. Rui is still dead. Then, the pain, a hammering, hollow circle of agony in my arm and foot, drives to a sudden frenzy. I'm assaulted with the sensations, bright and fierce and angry, corkscrewing directly into the marrow of my bones. No, Rui. No more Rui. No more bright smiles and flushed cheeks and teasing winks and exasperated, loving little sighs. My calf clenches in sudden agony. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from screaming. No more. No more fretting like a mother hen and totally extra lunchboxes and tiny little signs of jealousy. The throbbing in my arm rises to my shoulder, past my neck, right into my skull. I cradle my head in my arms, desperate. No more casual trips to GFC and random moments of make-believe and strolls around downtown. Because life as you know it, is gone. Tears squeeze from below my eyelids, mixing with the flecks of blood and bile smeared over my face. Stop. Stop, stop, stop! Just make it all stop. Not Rui. Not Mizu. There's pain. So much pain. Too much I can't handle. Can't handle it. I can't handle this, and everything hurts. I just can't. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jill fell down, and Jill fell and broke her. And Jack came tumbling after. Then Jill's corpse comes to life. It jerks upright, limbs tied to loose ends of puppet strings, smiles at me through a sheen of red. "Oh, Jack, you're late." Iron shoves up my nostrils and strangles my own throat. I choke, working to speak. "Sorry." She pitches forward, pushed by something invisible. Her slender fingers wrap around my neck and dig into my throat. I catch a whiff of her breath, putrid, rancid. The smell of raw, old eggs over decaying meat. The smell makes me gag over my own tongue. "You shouldn't have been late." Her fingers disintegrate into bones, skin cells blown to ashes in the wind. They clatter into an orderly pile, forming a makeshift xylophone. Tiny little notes begin to ring from their skeleton surfaces. It's supposed to be a melody. I can feel the vibrations in the air. I know that the song is supposed to be beautiful. But my ears hear only dissonance, cacophony, a dirge for a murder of crows. And pungent burning smoke shoots from the stove like an arrow, slapping me in the face. Hospitality. It should have been hospitality. Don't do this. Come back. Come back, Rui. Oh my. My surroundings melt away. I squint against a screeching, agonizing white that stabs at my eyes. The light only intensifies. No rest. Never rest. "You are trapped, you fool. There's no place for you." I reach out. The brightness pricks my hand. I slither backwards. "Stop it. Stop it." The light advances and digs through my fingernails, bleeds past my eyelids, settles in the space in the back of my neck. I pound myself against invisible walls. I rattle. Chimes on a wooden bridge. No place. No peace. No pace. Stop it! Everything ends. Elsewhere, something must be beginning. But what is that to an ending? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But this, I can't do anything about this. This is out of my control. Out. Is this happening again? To be continued? What? Am I missing, like, DLC? Do I have to go to the other endings? Fuck this game! What? That's what you're telling me? They didn't finish this? Okay, give me a sec. No wonder you stopped playing this. What the hell? Oh my god. No, it is. It is a to be continued setup for a sequel that never fucking happens. God damn it. Oh my. This is the worst ending I've ever seen. Is there going to be a sequel to Lucid 9? It's the only good one? They're still working on it? Let's see. You can currently play the prologue. Let's see. Let's see. How? When was this released? Yeah, this game gave you PT. The ending? This type of ending. When? Oh my god. I don't know when the next part of this is supposed to come out. That's fucking frustrating as hell. Holy shit. Well, I did reach the good ending. Complete common route. Okay, I guess that's the common route. Man, I don't even know if I want to play if it's not even going to have like a proper ending. Man. Alright, what about your extras? Achievements. Best girl, saving brain cells. Natural genius. Fruitless, riddle me this. A worthy assistant, amateur detective. I'm pretty sure I know what a lot of these might be. 2016 and they still haven't come out with a sequel? Yeah, no, this is like another one of those situations where it just kind of gets forgotten. What the hell? I'm missing one CG gallery apparently. Okay, so these are actually multiple ones. You did say you uninstalled it when you got that ending? God damn it, dude. I was expecting something more horrific than what happened in the middle of the game with Ryoto. Like, oh, this isn't so bad. It's like, I'm used to like psychological horrors and reading stuff. It's like, but then you told me that there was gonna be like something abrupt at the ending. Of course, Rui dies. But I was expecting more. Fucking hell, dude. This is frustrating. Well, do I have all of the music? Apparently. Oh, my pain. God damn it, Skojo. Oh, I do have a bunch of saves that... I don't know. I really don't have the desire to really play through them. Once you get this ending and you know there's nothing else, it's like... God damn, it's like watching an anime that you know is set up itself for like a season 2 that just never fucking comes. And there's plenty of them out there, and it pisses me off. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, hate it, hate it. Or like the ending is so unsatisfying and you know it continues on in the manga. Or like there's so much. There's so much frustration with this. Why does it say undo over here? What is Hold on, what the hell just happened? This is new. The lucid dream starts again. Good morning. How are you feeling today? Is it not over? I just noticed that it said undo at the patient seems to be having difficulty speaking, and it is unclear if he's understood the meaning of my words. Nevertheless, he is conscious and at least partially lucid. Oh, is this where we're getting the name drop? This is already a substantial improvement compared to our prior sessions, indicating that the change in his pharmaceutical treatment has been a success. Patient, I'm not saying that number. Can you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Is that what you meant? If you can, please blink once. Blink once. The patient has acknowledged that he can understand me. Good. Then we will use this method of communication going forward. If you are in agreement, patient, blink once if you are, blink twice if not. I feel like that I'm going to have different... Why would they have me choose just the one? This isn't over, is it? Excellent. You may have noticed the audio-visual device in my hands. As per usual, today's session will be recorded for future study. The patient blinks twice. It appears he does not wish to be recorded. Regrettably, this isn't something a patient in your condition can object to. But feel free to ignore the audio-visual device if it causes you discomfort. Now then, I will rephrase my question. Would you say that you are feeling good today? As expected, the patient blinks twice. Given that his body is in a decent health due to constant physical therapy, it's safe to assume that patient is referring to his mental and/or emotional distress. These conditions are thus ideal for patient's new treatment. Please look at the contents of this tray. Here we have 4 samples of a new drug currently in development by our laboratories. While the drug itself is in its early stages, it has hardly proven useful in helping some of our most critical patients. The specifics of what it does are regrettably too complex for me to explain at the moment, but in a few words, it's a drug to make you dream. You've been having trouble sleeping ever since you came here, correct? This drug will ensure a good night's rest, with the added benefit of experiencing a pleasant dream. Would you like to have a pleasant dreams? The patient does not blink. He appears hesitant. No matter, I can leave your room until you take one of these. I can't leave your room until you take one of these, so it would help me a lot if you took them willingly. In fact, how about this? You are free to choose whichever sample you want. While they are the same drug, their components vary slightly, hence the varying colors. You could say each sample allows us to control the content of a person's dreams in different ways. Of course, the effect varies from patient to patient. You'll simply have to see for yourself. You may still have trouble distinguishing colors, so from left to right, the 4 samples are purple, red, yellow, and black respectively. When you are ready, please fix your eyes on the sample that attracts you the most. Let's go with the top one. The purple sample enkindles a patient's self-confidence. It allows them to feel certainly in their thoughts and actions that they may not have had in their past lives. By thinking of yourself as boundless, you can accomplish anything you want and become anything you wish. Your life has been one where your efforts have been consistently undermined, correct? If so, this sample might be a perfect fit for you. Would you like to take the purple sample? That's fine. Take as much time as you need. When you're ready, please fix your eyes. Let's see. Let's see what each sample does. The red sample induces a sense of ease in a patient's mind. There are no strong emotions at play, mere tranquility. Some have even described it as experiencing the lull of childhood all over again. They have no responsibilities and feel that their futures have already been assured by a paternal figure. Thus, they are allowed to spend their days idly, doing only what they enjoy. For someone like you who's gone through so many hardships, that must sound like a type of heaven. Would you like to take the red sample? No. Let's see what each of these does. The yellow sample never fails to invoke a desire for adventure. Peasants become heroes, travel to far-off lands, fend off villains, save the world. These sort of fantasies. Dreams filled with wide-eyed excitement that makes you feel powerful, and what's more, that their actions have merit. A hero, huh? While it may be only a handful, there are a number of people out there who think of you as one. Maybe you could try to live up to the title, if only within the confines of your head. Would you take the yellow sample? No. Black sample. Patients who take the black sample often experience dreams in which they are successful. Said success comes in many shapes and forms. Money, fame, power, or a combination of the three. They become people who are in full control of their lives, loved by family, friends, and strangers alike. A perfect life in the most conventional of terms. I bet even you have dreamt of becoming like those starry-eyed celebrities you always see on TV. Would you like to take the black sample? No. Let me save this in a new slot. What is this? So I need to choose... Let's see. Enkindles self-confidence. Allows them to feel a certainty in their thoughts and actions that they may not have had in their past lives. By thinking of yourself as boundless, you can accomplish anything you want and become everything you wish. You know what? I think I'm going to choose the purple one. Am I playing through the game again? Yeah. Let's try the purple sample. I saved it just before this, so... And here you go. Are you feeling drowsy already? Good. Then don't mind me and close your eyes. May you have a pleasant sleep, patient. I am in a different place. The morning air seeping through the open window is chilly as usual. Feeling the cold creep in, I bring the coffee cup closer to my lips. It's still too hot to drink, but the steam feels comfortable on my face and shields me with its warmth. Another morning, another day. Yet the same skyline of infinitely reaching towers adorns the glass of my window. Suddenly, the screen of my phone lights up. This time it's almost 9 a.m. Now who could it be? They'd better have good reason for calling so early in the morning, and on my day off, no less. Oh, it's him. After so long without making any contact whatsoever. Maybe I shouldn't answer. Mornings are the only time I have to relax. It's been a while since the city last felt so still. Huh? But I have a feeling ignoring this particularly insufferable man will only cause more trouble than it's worth. So after taking a deep breath, I resign myself to pick up the call. Am I Elizabeth? What is this? I am. I'm sorry for calling so early. Did I wake you up? His voice is dry, low-pitched, devoid of all emotion. The same as it has always been. As you can most likely hear, yes, I am awake. What do you need? Oh. So, this is the conversation I had with Elizabeth. I think. Would it kill you to ask if I'm free, at least? What if I have other plans? Do you? I look at the coffee mug in my hands, what remains of my would-be breakfast, and sigh. My schedule for today is completely blank, as if you don't know already. Good, then can you get to the river by 12 p.m.? The River? So this is what would happen if I chose Elizabeth? Yes, there exists a spot close to the old academy where we can talk. Do you remember? Out of all places to choose, he just had to pick that one, didn't he? That river is linked to one too many memories I'd rather forget. Will he understand if I ask to change locations? But he is offering that particular spot. Then there must be a reason. He's not the sort of man to make choices at random. Elizabeth? Yes, I remember. Don't let it bother you, Elizabeth. It's about your life as always. Should I bring anything? A blanket? A few biscuits to enjoy the afternoon sun, perhaps? I don't think we'll have the time. Just focus on not being late. Of course. Not that I expected sarcasm to work. Well, if that's all, then I'll... Wait. I'm about to hang up, but the sudden spike in energy in his voice forces my attention back to the phone. How long have you been awake? An hour, maybe. Why? Have you been resting properly? It isn't a crime to sleep in, particularly during your days off. Are you sure? As things stand, someone might turn into a major criminal offense by the end of the year. What I'm saying is that taking breaks is important. No one wants you to collapse unexpectedly. Is there such a thing as an unexpected collapse? Perhaps if I were drugged. I'm doing it again, aren't I? Acting hostile towards someone for giving me some well-meaning advice. Me, my big mouth. I'm sorry, but you don't have to worry about me. I'm resting well and eating well. Today's just the same as usual. Thanks for your concern, however. I meant it. Just don't overwork yourself, Elizabeth. What an exhausting man. Leaving the mug on the windowsill, I drag my feet to the bathroom and take a brief shower to wash away the drowsiness. The coffee is half cold by the time I come back, but drinkable. It tastes like dirt. With a push of my fingers, I turn on the TV. Lemonskit's logo remains on screen for a few seconds, but quickly cuts to the morning news. A young man's face immediately pops into view. Dark hair, a lightly shaven goatee, wearing glasses and an unbuttoned shirt. Based solely on appearances, he can't be much older than I am. And with that go-getter look that seems to be the norm for the golden generation of Isamu, you wouldn't think he was anyone unsavory. Now, if only... Name is Hiro Moriko. If you have any information regarding this individual, please contact the appropriate authorities. If only the words fugitive at large weren't plastered all over the screen. It might be my imagination, but these sorts of news bulletins have shown up a lot recently. Someone did something wrong, so help us make them pay. Whatever the city's security grid can't find is easily caught by the power of an angry mob. Or, at least that's what whoever's behind these messages seem to think. Maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe the man on the screen is a ruthless criminal, and authorities want to find him before he hurts someone else. But then buzzwords such as antisocial behavior, pampered youth, golden days, or our glorious Isamu are spotted with such conviction. Well, my cynicism is a tad justifiable. Just a tad. It's disheartening to learn how many of our youths have taken this anti-Isamu rhetoric as their own. They take everything the city has been offering them through their lives and waste it in acts of vandalism and protest. If they hate Isamu so much, then why not just leave? Join those immigrants and foreigners who do nothing for our city and get the hell out of our borders. That's all I can take. There's a few hours left until noon. Not feeling like going back to bed, I quickly dress, pick up my bag, and walk out of the apartment. District 4. I like to come here and take leisurely walks when there's nothing to do. They call it the student district. And as such, it's often empty during the mornings, with only the occasional university goer to disturb the view. When every day is hectic, you inevitably start to wish for some peace and quiet. So what better place than here, where students are bound to their classrooms until the bell rings? Well, not that I was ever eager to escape them back when I was a student. There's a few puddles of water on the sidewalk, turning it into mottled gray. Did it rain last night? It's rare for us to get midnight showers, even during the wet season. How unusual. I look around to make sure no one's watching. My boots splash across the water, scattering droplets under the impressing sun. One puddle at a time, I merrily skip along the sidewalk. What am I, a schoolgirl all over again? But it's fun. So I don't stop until a group of bystanders shoots me perplexed glances. The entrance to the closest subway station is right in front of me when I look up. Even on my days off, I can't seem to shake the routine has been so ingrained in my brain for the past year. By the time I noticed, I even calculated the number of stops that currently separate me from my workplace. The cold weather, the skyscrapers, the busy stores opening their doors to the public. Everybody is just doing the same thing. Talking about the same thing. Even thinking about the same thing. It's all so awfully mundane. Sometimes I find myself reminiscing how life used to be more fun. Sure, there were terrible moments and memories I'd rather not revisit, but it feels like I used to look forward to each day more than I do now. So be it, is what I often thought when realizing the cyclical nature of my days. Yet that acceptance has only made me more uncomfortable as time passes me by. And now I can't even sleep during my days off. A certain someone would have a field day with this attitude of mine. He'd probably say something like, "What, so straight-laced that you can't even slack off? Live to learn a little, Lizzie." Or, "Top of the morning, your majesty. Say, what gnarly expression do you have today? Was the morning tea not to your liking? And what led you to assume I had tea today, exactly? Brits, tea? You get the idea. Will you cut it with the stereotypes already? And besides, it wasn't tea. This might surprise you, but I'm actually quite partial to..." Stop. Don't think about it. Don't you dare let your mood fall any lower than this, Elizabeth. The past. It's all about the past. It's all because things are still so similar that the differences are so ridiculously easy to see. Ah, what a pain in the ass. Whoever decided that adult life had to be this troublesome better be tumbling in their grave right now. The river is just as tranquil as it's ever been. I search the scenery for the person who's supposed to meet up with me. Of course, he's not here yet. So instead of standing around like a fool, I search and sit on a bench facing the water. I'd almost forgotten how good it felt to go for a walk without obligations to weigh me down. If only more days could be like this, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult to wake up every morning. Isamu feels almost peaceful when you stare at it from here, don't you think? A hand lands on my shoulder. Instinctively, I spring to my feet and turn around. However, the person trying to grab hold of me skillfully evades my clenched fist, which I had swatted at their face in surprise. Huh? Why, you little... Don't surprise me like that, Katsu. You know I don't enjoy it. You look distracted. It's not easy to catch you off guard, Elizabeth. Yet you don't seem to have a problem doing so every time you wish. Honestly, it's creepy how you don't even make a sound when you walk. This Katsu was the image that flickered in my mind during the last moments. What is this? What is going on? I'm glad I saw the undo button. I was like, wait, that's different. I wanted to see. Apparently, it's not... There's still more to find out. A skill of our trade. Not a cop's trade, I would bloody hope. I sit back on the bench and sigh briefly, and a sigh briefly escapes my lips. Seriously, this man is always such a hassle. Why would he sneak up on me like that? Is it really so amusing to startle me? Not even bothering to look repentant for his actions, Katsu takes off his hat and sits by my side. Good morning. It's been a while since we last talked like this, hasn't it? You mean good afternoon. Morning's already come and gone. Forgive me. I've been up on my feet for a while, so I wasn't sure I'd gotten here earlier or later than the appointed time. I didn't think you were humanly capable of being late to a meeting, especially one you scheduled yourself. What had you so busy anyway? One of my clients got into some trouble, so I wanted to check the scene before authorities got wind of the situation. Granted, there wasn't much I could do given my current status. This might be a long shot, but is all related to what was shown on the news? The news? Something about a fugitive? To be honest, I didn't pay much attention. That infuriating anchorman seemed upset about it. Who knows? Always with the dodgy answers, this man. Still mentioning the news still had put him in a pensive mood, since he's closed his eyes in thought. This is how he used to act whenever he was entranced with a case. Old habits die hard, huh? Ah, he caught me staring at him. Curious? Not in the slightest. It's really none of my business anyway. Well, enough of that. You didn't answer my question. What question? When was the last time we talked like this? Let me think. A month? Maybe 2? Outside the occasional phone call to check up on me, Katsu hasn't shown himself around a lot. But I'm having a difficult time remembering. When every day blurs together, it's hard to pinpoint exact dates and times. A month and 2 weeks. Has it? Yes, at the cafe. We decided to go for breakfast during a weekend. Fought over what type of scones to order. Blimey, that was only a month ago. I would have sworn we had the same discussion last year. It's possible. Wouldn't be the first time you argued with me over such a triviality. Oh, bugger off. We've been busy, so excuse me if I can't remember every minute detail of our lives. Memory does tend to get foggy with age, Elizabeth. Ah, there it is. Katsu's businesslike smile is the same as mine. A half moon set in stone, not to convey any positive feelings, but to make me think that he is. Maybe I learned it from him. Witnessed the same expression every time my dad invited him over for dinner. Do you think he'd still be in my life, even after all these years? Would my past self be delighted to hear it, or simply annoyed? So, I don't think you called me here to exchange pleasantries. What did you want to discuss? How has work been treating you? Work? What does that have to do with anything? Humor me. The question strikes me as odd, to say the least. Katsu never cared much about my occupation, other than whether or not it kept me afloat. I would say it's fine. A larger paycheck would certainly be welcome. But the staff works hard, and no one has acted especially unpleasant recently. Do you enjoy it? Well, it's a job. That's not what I asked. Do you enjoy it, Elizabeth? Are you happy in that place? Happy. Another strange word coming from him. That settles it. Something must be going on. The more I answer him, the more I sink into his trap. I hate it when you dance around the issue, Katsu. Just get to the point already. His eyes twitched for a brief moment, obviously taken off his stride by my sharp tone. Then I'll do just that. Elizabeth, how would you like to come work for me? So it was about that after all. You say that as if you knew already. Well, I wasn't expecting us to have this conversation so soon. But please, you were bound to ask someday. So, I gather you already have an answer prepared? I take a deep breath and nod. I refuse. I expected as much. Katsu turns his whole body to face me. His deep blue eyes are intimidating. So much that I am quick to turn away. Could you tell me why, at least? I don't think it's a bad deal for you. Get your act together, Elizabeth. This is a conversation between two adults, so at least make an effort to act like one. Just to clarify, you want me to work under you full-time. Is that correct? Correct. Then, if you insist, but my reasons aren't anything special. As I've said, I do like my current job. The pay isn't bad, and a while ago, I got promoted to a position as floor manager. People depend on me, Katsu. I couldn't possibly leave without finding a replacement first. Half of that is truth, and half merely an excuse. Finding a replacement wouldn't be too hard. I doubt my presence is so essential to the shop that it can't function without me. But with a straight face and a confident tone, even a cheap excuse sounds convincing. It's something I learned from him. Lastly, and don't take this the wrong way, you work at the center. The bloody center. The single time I decided to lend you a hand proved to be a miserable experience, so I could not imagine myself working there full time. And I don't even see why you'd need me to, since you're clearly managing well enough by yourself. If I were there, all I'd do is hear one sob story after another. And to be absolutely fair, I don't believe I can take it. I'm not strong enough for that. The point is, I'm happy with my job. I'm happy working inside that noisy shop, and I'll stay there as long as I see fit. Understood? Katsu stays silent for a moment, contemplating my answer. If that's not enough for an answer for him, I don't know what is. Is that what you really want? Yes, why wouldn't it be? My voice breaks a little. A steady life with a steady but meaningless job. Living the day-to-day like any other citizen? Don't you dare call it meaningless. I apologize, but you know what I mean. Being a waitress must surely be difficult, but it's also a job anybody can do. And I know that's not what you want, Elizabeth. So, you mean to tell me working at that dreary office with you is any better? It's not about the office. It's not about the job either. It's about being in a position to bring about change in Isamu. Something better than manage a coffee shop. To be free. I briefly stopped making eye contact with him, clenching my fists in an attempt to calm myself down. I don't know what you mean. You do. You are simply too stubborn to listen. Or maybe I just don't like what you're saying. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe, just maybe, I'm not like you nor my father? Your idea of change might be wildly different from mine. Excuses, excuses. All just a bunch of excuses. Plus, I know what this is really all about. This talk about the job, about freedom, it's all just a preamble. All you want is to keep me on a leash. If I wanted to, I would have already done so. Oh, give me a bloody break. Am I wrong? No, not in the least. Katsu Kobayashi is right. If he gave me a direct order, the thought of complaining wouldn't even cross my mind. He's asking merely to allow me some control over my actions. Katsu Kobayashi is right. He is always right. That's why he's so hard to refuse. Listen, it's not that I don't understand why you're doing this. After all, he's offering a means to take back what's mine, a key to a brighter future. But I can't forget about everything that's gone wrong until now. I just can't. I know you can't. That's why I don't understand. That alone should be a good enough reason to act, but instead, you're choosing to remain motionless, in a place where you can't even make a difference. Of course that's how you'd think. What's that supposed to mean? It's just so like you to use every little tragedy as fuel to keep you motivated. But I'm not like that. Look at me, Katsu. I put a hand over my chest. Look at me and tell me what you see. For the first time in forever, I'm witnessing him at a loss of words. He must be having a difficult time understanding where I'm going with this. If you can't, then I will. I'm a woman in her early 20s. One who works 5 to 6 days a week, more than 8 hours at a time. After work, I'm usually so exhausted that I fall asleep right after showering. I like to spend my days off going out for a walk, maybe buying myself a nice meal along the way. I'm a civilian, just an average civilian. My chest stings with every word I say, and involving innocent civilians in something that doesn't concern them is something the police should never do. That's what Father used to say, right? An average civilian, huh? Katsu remained silent for a while, letting himself be engulfed by the calming sound of the flowing river. A small leaf from the tree falls between us. We both raise our hands to push it away in an unwarranted urge to clean, but we stop just before the tips of our fingers can touch. He takes a look at me, one that doesn't make me uncomfortable as before. You know, you have grown a lot since the first time I met you. Where's this coming from? Why, yes, most people do age after 10 years, with the possible exception of a certain detective. I'm not talking about your physique. You used to follow your father's every whim, without ever thinking for yourself. I remember thinking, what a well-behaved child. But only recently did you become a true independent adult. Blimey, aren't you being honest? Any more and I'll fear for my life. If you're making this choice of your own accord, thinking only of your own wishes, then so be it. Katsu stands up from the bench. But if you're only being complacent, then I urge you to give my proposition another thought. His words shouldn't hurt at all, but it feels like he's just stabbed tiny needles into every vein of my body. Quick, think of something. Something scathing. Anything to turn the tables on him. Aren't you just a sweetheart? Weak. Such a weak response, Elizabeth. Yet somehow, it elicits a chuckle from the normally stoic Katsu. I try. Hey, what are you? Too late. He's already ruffling my hair with his sweaty hand. Hey, bugger off. You have grown in some ways, but remain the same in others. I'm telling you, stop right this instant. Stop. Stop treating me like a little girl. This is so infuriating. It is the same teasing from 10 years ago, and it hasn't gotten the least bit more tolerable since. Yet, something about this is also awfully, horribly nostalgic. So I withstand it, and withstand it, well, until it becomes so unbearable that I can't help but swat his hand away. Enough is enough. Yes, I agree. Besides, I have business to attend. It's probably pointless to ask again, but is it all related to what I saw in the news? And is it, maybe, too much for you to handle on your own? It explained why he decided to schedule this conversation so out of the blue. Elizabeth, aren't you supposed to be an average civilian? And weren't you supposed to be one as well? Katsu looks away for a second, as if in deep thought. That path's long been lost to me. Katsu reaches out and grabs his hat, which he'd left by my side. Take care, Elizabeth. We'll be in touch. Yes, you be careful too. Don't be reckless. And when have I? Alone again. It's almost disappointing. Disappointing? Did I want him to convince me? To take me back under his wing? Sometimes it feels like the person I have the most trouble understanding is myself. It isn't like I cannot see why he'd invite me. In fact, his logic is fairly clear, and only a fool would reject his proposition. So what's stopping me? If I wish for something to change, then I must change it with my own two hands. No matter how difficult, as long as I work hard for it, I'll attain it. I must attain it. That's what I've believed for the majority of my life. So why is it that I'm now frozen in place, unable to take a single step forward? Why? I need to go for a walk. My father always used to say that a good person needs to be fair. Even if you meet someone with ideals that oppose your own, a good person must make an effort to understand their point of view. Not assimilate, not accept, merely understand. If you're able to look beyond your own biases, then you're fair, and thus good. But Father, how can I remain fair when the world is like this? Everywhere around me are signs, advertisements, and screens, constantly promoting new ways to decide the course of my life. No, not really to decide anything, just to make me willing, to make me think that I'm in charge of my own destiny and my future. Because this is the grand metropolis of Osamu, a society that's always 10 steps ahead of the rest of the world in terms of technological advancements and innovations. If you're not taking advantage of it, then you're doing it wrong. Does it matter if that advantage is actually available to you? If it's being pushed over your wishes? If it'll even make you happy? I don't know. But there's no need to know. Just follow the rules. To let yourself be observed by the myriad of security cameras in every corner of every street. To have your every interaction be scrutinized by a faceless suit behind a screen. Everyone has to conform, to accept the rules of this game and play by them, regardless of their personal circumstances. And if they don't, then no one will bat an eye when they are eliminated on the spot. That's the type of landscape we live right now. Everything works as it should, with no cogs missing from the machine. A safer world, a stable world, a restrictive world. I let my feet do the thinking, taking me further down the district. A brick building pops into view. Its front lane is adorned by patches of grass, robust trees, and well-maintained greenery, evoking a sense of peacefulness in spite of the urban ambience. The only artificial structure, besides the building itself, is an avant-garde sculpture of what appears to be a cat. I'd seen it regularly in pamphlets and websites, but it's the first time I've stopped to look at the real thing. It's definitely odd, but there's a certain charm to it that's hard to deny. It explains why students would stop on their tracks just to take pictures of it, giggling innocently as they do. Students of the University of Osamu, the same building I'm staring at now. If things had gone right, maybe be just like them. I'd be strolling around campus during my time off, hanging out with like-minded friends, or maybe stuck in some library room preparing for an upcoming exam. So many options, so many what-ifs. But that's not the future this restricting world has assigned me. Don't think, don't wonder. There's nothing for you here. Go home, Elizabeth. Yes, I should probably do just that. Elizabeth? Before I can turn around, a familiar voice calls my name. Oh my gosh, it's Elizabeth. Hey, look who it is. No way, no way. It's been so long. Oh, now these aren't people I was expecting to meet today. Why, hello girls. What a surprise to meet you here. Girl 1. No name, just Girl 1. See, I told you it was Elizabeth. I wouldn't mistake her anywhere in the world. Oh my gosh, what are you even doing here? The two girls that have approached me used to be my classmates back in high school. Certain people thought of them as my groupies, and the nerve of them. These two were perfectly capable of individual thought, and what's more, I considered them my friends. Sure, maybe they idolized me a bit too much, but it wasn't as if that hurt anybody. Not that I know of, at least. I didn't think we'd see you again. Not in person, at least. Yeah, just the other day we were talking about how it was time for you to show up in the news or something. I surely hope that in a good way. Of course, you were amazing back in school. We never knew where you went afterwards, but I bet it was something amazing. It was some amazing private university, right? Or a company. Those clothes you're wearing make you look so professional. I had gone out in my work clothes, simply because there wasn't anything in my wardrobe that looked nice, and also didn't need an urgent trip to the washing machines. Thank you. You two are looking lovely as well, Shizuka, Miko. I dodged the issue of my education and employment by calling their names. Lo and behold, they immediately swoon at their mere mention. Now we know their names. Shizuka. Yeah, I didn't think you'd remember our names. But why wouldn't I? We were inseparable classmates after all. Oh my god, I think I'm going to cry. Now, no need to be so melodramatic. It's just me. But we really missed you. I smiled gently at their kind words. To be fair, my mood hasn't exactly improved from the depressing thoughts that were assaulting me earlier, but I can hardly walk away now. These girls look so happy to see me, and even though we haven't met in forever, I still consider them my friends. The least I can do is talk to my friends. Since you're out here, I gather you don't have any classes to attend. Yup, no lectures to worry about whatsoever. We were about to hang out with a friend today, actually. Go to the cafeteria, grab some lunch, the usual. Oh. Miko makes an expression as if she's just remembered something. Sorry. You didn't mean to ignore you, Hisao. They turn around and address the boy who's been standing a few feet away this whole time. Hisao? The boy from the brother? Oh. Wow. Good grief. And after going through all that trouble to invite me. I think this was the boy that was with Rui, Yama, and Mr. Ryota. The brother. The one that Mr. Ryota was the one to inflict pain to. Kidding. I just don't want to interrupt. So their friend was a boy? Well, I guess that's hardly surprising. These girls were very into mingling with the opposite sex back in our academy days. He was at least courteous enough to keep his distance until it was the right moment to approach. A far cry from some of the boys I had to endure. Elizabeth, meet Hisao. Hisao, meet Elizabeth. Hello, how do you do? It's nice to meet you. Elizabeth. Elizabeth? Oh yeah, the girls sometimes talk about how they had this amazing classmate back at the IIBA. I'm honored to meet you in the flesh. Oh please, I wasn't such a big deal. She was always at the top of our class, you know. And she was so good at sports and drawing. Literally anything she tried her hand at. Their flattery is humbling. But the truth isn't so pristine. Every time an exam approached, I had to go several days with a little to no sleep. Sometimes not even makeup could mask my exhaustion. I had to show up to school anyway, or my attendance record would suffer. All that effort, And in the end... Elizabeth, are you feeling all right? Oh, yes. I apologize. It's been a tiring week. You can say that again. Really, sometimes it feels like all our professors want is to see us bleed. That is university life for you. The most you can do is endure. They each flashed a complicated smile before drifting their thoughts somewhere else. Hey, if you don't have much else to do, why not hang out with us? Eh? Didn't you say you were going to the cafeteria? I'm not a student here. Don't worry, no one's going to make a fuss if you're with us. But I could hardly intrude. I check with a bespectacled student, hoping he'll offer me a way out. Why not? The more the merrier, right? Sadly, he's apparently too good-natured to understand the intentions behind my look. So, what do you say? I shuffle in place, trying to come up with a good answer. You can't, right? It's not that I can't, but I look at them. Look at the trendy clothes they're wearing, at their bags, probably filled to the brim with books, then at the building behind them and the intellectual-looking professors walking out of it. I imagine the classrooms they are leaving behind, and the years of history and research they've been a part of. And lastly, I consider that for a couple hours, I could become part of that as well. Just another university student, living the campus life happily. And my heart is overcome with fright. Actually, yes, I can't. But didn't you say that today was your day off? Sadly, even while it's technically my day off, that doesn't mean I can neglect my responsibilities. I am being expected somewhere else shortly, and it's of vital importance that I'm punctual. Lies flow out of my mouth, one after another. I see. Sounds pretty rough. But just as you'd expect from Elizabeth, always doing something important. And they believe them all. Why wouldn't they? I'm saying all this confidently, with a pained look on my face. Faking expressions is something I'm good at. Subtle ones such as smiles are harder to pull off, but weariness? Strain your eyes and cheeks a little, and everyone will trust your every word. Again, I apologize. I'd like to catch up as well, but it's no big deal. We can always chat some other time. Do you still use Patter? Not much nowadays, but for you two, I can make an exception. Great. We've been meaning to reach out to our old group, maybe even have a little reunion. You had one of your friends a while ago, right, Hisao? A while ago, yes. It was quite a blast. Seeing some old faces is always a joy. We haven't even seen Natsuki in a while either. Do you know how she's doing? Why, yes, actually. I see her often. Wait, who? Natsuki. I see her often, as she sometimes comes to visit me at work. At work? Elizabeth, you're working? Oh no. I let that slip. I must be getting rusty, seeing as I don't have to fake my economical situation as often anymore. I apologize, I stumbled. I meant to say that I sometimes visit her at work. Natsuki is now a Lemniscate employee, you see, and my responsibilities sometimes take me to her workplace. So, you're like a Lemni partner? I'm so jelly. That is a big accomplishment for someone so young. Well, it's something along those lines. But if you do end up planning such a gathering, I'd be glad to be there. That would make me so happy. We should really get into it. Get to it, right? Yeah, but it's not like it's impossible to gather everyone. But with everything that happened, it's just a bit... Their expressions immediately go sour. Ah, they must be talking about the incident at the academy. Us in our later years could continue with our classes from home or online. The younger students had no choice but to change schools. It was a prime situation for once good friends to quickly lose contact. You had it rough too, right, Hisao? Oh, not at all. The same as everybody else I did manage. You were a student at the academy as well? Just a first year. I got lucky and found a place to accommodate me right away. Granted, it was still a big source of stress, for me and for everyone. I'm very glad it's all in the past. Yes, the past. All in the past and nothing else. Yeah, stress is no bueno, huh? No bueno at all. That's why we should go de-stress. I'm glad to hear that. Glad? Well, yes, if you are stressed. It means you two have been putting a lot of effort into your studies, does it not? Haha, well, not really. But what student does, right? Hmm? Not really. Did I just hear that right? Uni has been so bad lately. There's even been protests about it. Haven't you heard? Protests? Come to think of it, I remember hearing something along the lines of a while back. Something about the University of Islam being more difficult than it used to. Of course, it sounded like the usual dribble to me. Students too lazy or entitled to accept that life is hard, so I paid it no mind. So, like, every year classes are becoming more and more demanding, and it's super hard to keep up. And now they want to take away the arts department and all the artsy extracurricular activities. So we thought, hey, why not complain about this? As far as I remember, these girls had never had any interest in activities related to the arts. But maybe they developed an interest while at university. I shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. Well, that's fair and all, but what about your studies? That's a good question, actually. It's been a while since I last checked my grades. And you, Miko? Same. I didn't even study for my last exam. It just felt like it wasn't worth it, you know? Like I was going to get a bad grade regardless, so I put in the effort. My professor sure didn't look too happy when he gave it back. He was mumbling about me being a lost cause or something. That is a very common story nowadays. Are you sure that's fine? Oh, it'll work out. At worst, I'll flunk a couple classes, but I can just try them again next year. Aren't you taking this too lightly? Attending UOL is expensive, not to mention demanding. Or UOI. It's supposed to be an I. They both give me a complicated expression. You might have to pay an extra year of tuition, or worse, stay on academic probation. Not many people can afford that. So at least consider putting in enough effort to not flunk your classes. We are putting in effort into protesting that school is too hard. And other things too, like I have a boyfriend now who's so stressed he started taking some shady drugs. I wanted to help him. And isn't that what matters? Besides, the smallest mistake gets you flunked now. It's really unfair. And the students are being put through hell because of it. It's part of the reason why things have gotten so bad. We just want to feel more comfortable here, you know? Is that so bad? Well, their words, although with her faults, are still sound of heart. Even while hiding under my veil of cynicism, I can't bring myself to brush away their pained expressions. I'm not saying that's wrong, but then why do I feel so irritated? But a student's duties lie in studying. Securing yourself a good future should be just as much as a priority as everything else. But not everyone is as perfect as you. We can't, you know, do so much effortlessly. Effortlessly? Did it really seem like I accomplished those grades effortlessly? That I won those prizes without practicing to unhealthy degrees? That I attained that perfect attendance record without having to rely on all sorts of energy drinks and pharmaceutics? I'm not even sure how I should feel. All I want is to drop this subject and go home. And sure, it might be an extra expense in the long run. All I want is to stop the anger building in my stomach and up my throat. But it's just money. There are more important things than that, right? Right. Just how can they be so naive? And if I fall behind in school, so what? It's just grades on some dumb paper. These girls don't know anything. Isamu's gotta be full of other opportunities. If worse comes to worse, I'm sure I'll find a new place and no... Will you cut that out already? And that's all I can tolerate. I simply cannot believe what I'm hearing right now. Elizabeth? It's just money. It's just grades. There's so many people out there who'd give a limb to be here, and you're willing to throw it all away so easily? Do you have any semblance of self-awareness left in your head? Listen, you two. I'm saying this for your own good. No matter what's going on, you have to study. Nothing good will come out of neglecting it. So either get your act together and start putting in some real effort, or you should bloody... Excuse me. What? Could you maybe stop this? You're making a scene. His calm voice finally douses my anger. I understand you're upset, But please keep in mind that there are better ways to express it. It makes me realize just how loud I've been. Given the number of students currently looking at us like we're some circus show. You've gone and made a fool of yourself again, Elizabeth. You're not a student here, right? Doesn't that make it just a little unfair on your part to judge them without understanding their circumstances? Everyone currently enrolled in the University of Isamu is going through some difficult times. And they all deal with it in different ways. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep attending. It's not like they're disagreeing with your argument either. A lot of the students here have dreamt of getting into certain careers since they were small, you know? The fact that these two are still here is a testament to their commitment. But of course, I'm sure you yourself have your own struggles to deal with. Everybody does. Just please try to consider the situations of others before getting angry with them. Otherwise, you'll all just come away feeling terrible. And nobody wants to see such a nice reunion ruined like that. Especially not these girls, I'm sure. Just, what is wrong with me today? Losing my temper like this isn't normal. It hadn't happened at all. Not since 3 years ago. Not since that day. I should just go. Huh? I'm sorry, girls. It appears I'm not feeling well. No, we're sorry too, right? We didn't mean to offend you or anything. Yeah. An awkward silence engulfs us, as his bespectacled friend turns around and smiles away at prying onlookers. Well, I have matters to attend to now, so if you'll excuse me. It takes a surreal amount of effort to maintain a steady pace instead of breaking into a sprint. Wait, Elizabeth! From a distance, Shizuka calls my name. We'll contact you for that reunion, okay? You better come. Yes, I'd be glad. I leave them behind, not daring to look back until the university is out of view. In holding a hand over my chest to mitigate somewhat the stinging pain assaulting it, I collapse into the bed right after getting home. Being fair with others when your views don't align is hard. It was the same with a certain someone from my past. If we had just given each other a proper chance instead of constantly quarreling, maybe we could have been friends. If only people could talk without the danger of hurting each other's feelings. But it pissed me off so much. It pissed me off, 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 it pissed me off. It pissed me off. What do you mean, so what? What do you mean it's just money? Are you really that mad in the head? Don't you realize how many people want what you have? And even if you don't, why would you even spout such bollocks? And to think of how they feel. Who does that guy think he is? They sure didn't try to think of how I felt before saying such a... Sniff. My eyes feel moist. I hate this. Not this stupid city. Not that pompous school. Not Shizuko and Miko. Not the bystanders who would only stare at us in the background. Why is demeaning others all I know how to do? In order to be fair, you have to be the better party, so that even the other person can't see matters from your so that even if the person can't see matters from your perspective, the conversation can still remain civil. It's such a simple thing, but I'm completely worthless at it. Even when I try my hardest to help someone, it only ever amounts to a few words shouted in deaf ears. Eventually, trying to remain calm became harder than the alternative, and to escape my worries, I go to sleep. That night, I have a dream. I'm standing outside the gate of an elementary school. The sun has almost set, and most of the other children have already gone home. With tiny hands holding tightly into the straps of my backpack, I can't be more than 10 years old. The school gate is lonely and silent as always. None of my friends lived close enough for us to walk home together. None of my 2 or 3 friends whose names I can't remember now. But it's fine. I don't need them. As long as I have my dad, I don't need any of them. I look to each side of the street, expectantly waiting for him to show up, but trying my darndest to hide it. Lizzie! There he is. Everyone acted weird around him. They said he was intimidating, but I think they're all cowards. Because just look at him. He's clearly just a big pushover, a rigid posture, fuzzy eyebrows, a funny-looking beard. Nothing to feel threatened by. Were you waiting long? No, I just got here. I'll lie. And what were you doing? Playing with my friends. Another lie. I see. That's good. He had always been a man of few words, but also smiled the warmest of smiles. I gave him a big hug. Oh. But I stopped. I hadn't noticed, but there's someone else behind him. A younger-looking stranger. Though back then, all adults looked equally old. Sir, this is my daughter Elizabeth. Your daughter? So the important business was... Yes, I promised to pick her up. I apologize for dragging you along with me. No, not at all. I just wasn't expecting us to stop by a school out of all places. Lizzie, this here is Officer Katsu Kobayashi. He works with me at the precinct. Say hello. Good. I look at this guy again. Good afternoon? Good evening? Yes, good evening. Good evening. My name's Elizabeth. Yes, I heard. Oh. It's my first conscious memory of meeting an adult too awkward or uninterested to properly converse with a child. Captain Oshiro, regarding the issue from before. Yes, come with us. We'll talk about it later. Lizzie, Katsu here is having dinner with us at home. Remember to behave. I will. It's also the first time Dad invited any of his co-workers over for dinner. Now, let's go home. Yes. The ride home is silent and awkward. Since the front seat is busted, the stranger and I have to sit in the back together. I try to keep a straight face. Behave, as Dad instructed. But strangers make me uncomfortable. And this stranger makes me especially uncomfortable. He had a mean stare that made me shudder at the thought of looking his way again. This is your home? Oh, were you expecting something else? Since you're a captain, I assumed you would live somewhere more... The stranger takes a glance at me. He's not trying to say it, but I can tell what he's thinking. Are you poor? This is a house for poor people. You said your daddy was a police officer, but that was a lie. Policemen aren't poor. They are all cool and rich. What? It's not the experience here. No, I think that was someone else, but it can't be too different from the truth. Is it a problem? No, same as the rest. I see. Well, come on in. With pleasure. I might have imagined it, but I think I saw him smile. Why would he smile? Such a weird person. Dad starts preparing dinner. But since he's not very good at it, it's mostly me doing all the work. The stranger takes a seat at the dinner table. He looks awfully fidgety. Should I help with something? Just sit tight, Katsu. We're almost done. But I can't tell if he simply wants to help, or if he noticed how terrible Dad is at cooking. No, he's looking at me. He's probably thinking that I'm the one that's bad. Well, I'll show him. Mom used to cook. Since she's gone now, and it means I need to help out. Guess should sit and wait. I see. Oh. It doesn't seem he's uncomfortable at all. Dad does, however. He's not cooking anymore. Bringing up Mom always makes him stop everything he's doing. I should have remembered, but I didn't. For some reason, the guest keeps staring at me. Since I don't like his glare, I try not to look back. Dad and I finish. We serve the food, we eat. Somehow it turned out tasty. Either Dad is getting better at it, or I'm just that good at cooking. And after everybody is done, the adults start talking about serious issues that I can't understand. But as much as I would like to stand up and go read the novel I've yet to finish, Dad hasn't given me permission yet. Standing up without permission would be impolite. So I sit there, trying my best to stay awake. Sir, can I ask a question? Of course. That man's offer. Masaru Inori, was it? Why didn't you take it? Offer? Masaru Inori? Ah, that's what this is all about. I'm not good with stuffy desk jobs like that. But if you think about the money... Katsu, did you join the force for the money? Absolutely not. I jump. I wasn't expecting him to shout so loudly. I apologize. It's fine, but I'm the same, you know? I won't make a difference inside some office. If I want things to change, then I must keep working right where I'm at. Soon they'll promote me, and I'll be able to afford something better for Elizabeth. Change? Sir, what do you mean? I think this city is heading in a dangerous direction, and I have the best chance at helping everyone from within the police force. True, money would be nice. It could even ensure my girl a bright future. But as long as I work hard, I'll provide her with everything she needs. We can't stop doing the right thing just because there's money on the line. Isn't that right, Lizzie? Dad reaches out and caresses my hair. It's relaxing. I want her to have the freedom to become whatever she wants in a city that's both safe and fair. Is that not enough? I can't say. I don't have children. And what does that have to do with anything? In any case, Captain. Yes, I know. I will go fetch those documents. Ah, Lizzie, you can go to your room now. Thanks for helping out. I'll go say goodnight later. Yes, Dad. Dad stands up and heads upstairs to his room. I'm sleepy. I wanted to read, but it's too late now. Maybe I'll just go to bed. Kid. Who? You, kid. My name is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, what do you think your father just said? What do I think? I couldn't understand what he was asking, since it's not polite for a kid to meddle in adult conversations. I'd only caught bits and pieces. Also, it was the first time an adult asked me for my opinion on anything not related to school. His way of thinking is commendable, even though he might sound too idealistic at times. He says he wants you to become whatever you want. So what would you like to become? That was a complicated question for a kid. Katsu probably wasn't used to talking with people in general, hence why he'd ask that so seriously to a 10-year-old. But I don't want to disappoint. So I think. There were so many things I thought of becoming. A teacher, a writer, a scientist, even a police officer like my mom. Not Dad, but Mom, the greatest policewoman ever, according to everyone. But in this moment, only a single answer comes to mind. I want to help Dad. When Mom died, he started to work even more, and every night he comes home tired. And how do you plan to help him? Money. Money? If I get a lot of money, then we can buy better things, like a machine that cleans the house on its own. Then Dad won't have to worry about cleaning again. I don't think those exist. They do, I looked it up. But at school, a girl told me, once poor, always poor. She was mean. That simply means you have to work harder to achieve your dreams. For some reason, the stranger does the same thing Dad just did and puts his hand over my head. But he rustles it instead, making a mess out of my perfectly combed hair. Hey, stop it! Stop it! Work hard and show them. If you're willing to do whatever it takes for what you want, then nothing is out of reach. Be it a good job, good grades, or money. Effort will bring it to you. I get it, so stop doing that. It hurts. You bloody twat. Hey, now who taught you that language? The man finally stops. There's a faint smile on his lips. Unlike the last one, this smile feels genuine, which makes it even more infuriating. Study hard, work hard, and become rich. Can I really? Depends on you. I've learned that to become someone special, you first need to start acting the part. A confident attitude can carry you far in life, even if you have nothing to support it. That sounds stupid. Whenever I act like someone important, people tend to believe me, even though I'm poor as well. I don't believe you. Trust me, it works. People are gullible. It did sound stupid. But maybe because they were the words of an adult, Katsu's argument was convincing nonetheless. Elizabeth, you haven't got to bed already? Suddenly, Dad shows up from up the stairs. Oh, sorry. My apologies, sir. I was talking to her and didn't realize it was so late. Your daughter is very well behaved. Yes, she takes after her mother. But now it's time for adults to work. Off to bed, Lizzie. Yes, Dad. Good night. Say good night to Katsu, too. Good night, mister. Yes, good night. Before leaving, I take one last look inside the dining room. Dad and Katsu are talking over some papers, too immersed to pay me any attention. Maybe if I study hard and work hard, as he said, I'll also become a proper adult like them. An adult who can become anything she wants. Yes, that sounds fun, right? No one could take that away from me, right? I turn off the alarm. Time to work. Elizabeth Oshiro is a necessary, but by no means indispensable, member of Cafe de la Paix. Without someone to fill my position, this cafe won't work as it should. Having such a responsibility at being paid afterwards is satisfying. Something the matter, Chief? Yet sometimes, this job is more boring than I'm willing to admit. No, nothing at all. If you say so. By the way, the kitchen staff were talking about almost running out of some ingredients. Yes, there is a problem with our food suppliers, but don't worry, I'll take care of it. Great, we're counting on you. My sweat is proof of how hard I'm trying. Putting so much effort into something means it must be worthwhile, maybe even meaningful. But now, it just feels empty. Like Elizabeth Oshiro has become nothing more than her daily routine. It's a day of work and a night of rest. A day of work and a night of rest. Time and time again. I hate this. Not accomplishing anything, never making any progress in life. I want to cry. Just methodically and willingly. Letting the days go by. I'm sorry, Chief. Could you take the door? Yes, of course. I push those cries of anguish to the back of my head. A spot where they'll be left to rot until I forget they ever existed, and head to the cafe's entrance door. Welcome. Would you like to order, or maybe sit down somewhere in a table, please? The same one as usual? If you wouldn't mind. I lead Katsu to a table in a far-end corner. It's been positioned in such a way that no one can eavesdrop on our discussion. He sits down nonchalantly, picks up the menu and reads it for a good minute. I'd like to order an American espresso, right? You always order the same thing. At least try the pastries this time, will you? Then a donut also. A donut? Seriously? Is there a problem? Blimey, you really are a cop. So, what do you need of me today, Katsu? If it's nothing important, could you wait until the end of my shift? I'm very busy today. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. This is a matter of extreme urgency, so listen carefully. His voice is heavy. It forces me to pay full attention. To be honest, I wasn't sure if telling you was the right choice. But considering that he might try to contact you later today. He? Who is he? Katsu, I swear if you don't stop dancing around the issue... Ishimoto. Yama Ishimoto. Eh? That name. Don't think about it, Elizabeth. That insufferable name. Just keep going as always. Wait, you mean... Ishimoto might attempt to contact you. He has been allowed to. A spark reignites somewhere within me. If the procedure goes according to plan, then he'll be out on the streets close to midday. You'll understand why I couldn't warn you through the phone, given how sensitive this topic is. Warn me? Yes, Yama Ishimoto is, after all, a big liability to us. He was at the very center of that incident 3 years ago. And now that he's back, different parties might try to use him to their advantage. You understand what I'm trying to say, right? I do. What do you want me to do about it? After 3 years, he deserves to do as he pleases. He's owed that much, isn't he? This isn't the time for compassion. It doesn't seem like you understand at all. One wrong step, and Yama Ishimoto might blow a hole in our carefully constructed plan. That would mean that all my efforts, your efforts, and your father's efforts could go down the drain. You understand that as well, right? So these are your instructions. I want Yama Ishimoto out of the picture. If you can't ignore him, then you will keep your interactions with him to a minimum. Only to what's strictly mundane, just like an average citizen would do. And above all, you won't mention me. Is that clear? A second chance. Elizabeth? Yes? Are you all right? You just told me that insufferable man might attempt to make my life miserable again. Of course I'm not all right. Then don't look so happy about it. Happy about it? Me? Please, as if thinking about that man could ever make me happy. Not in the slightest. Listen, you do what you must. Just make sure he doesn't get in my way. Would you like anything else with your order? No, I'm fine. I walk away, clutching the cafe's menu in my trembling fingers. Each step I take feels like I'm pushing against a sea of invisible mud. It's sluggish and disgusting. But unlike before, this strain is different. As if my body now had a purpose. Like I'm struggling, not for its own sake, but to accomplish something. To reach someone. And I absolutely won't let them down this time. Another day of work it is. Interesting. I'm guessing these are previews. Oh wow. I guess I must have lost everyone. No, my session is still there. I guess everyone's gone. I didn't miss anything. Well, here's a perfect time to stop. I'm going to save it again here. I am... Oh. Hi, Vide. I don't know. For some reason, like, my chat was showing 0 viewers. And I thought, like, everyone just kind of disappeared. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep going with this. There's, like, 3 more, like, after stories type of stuff. I don't know if I want to keep going with it, though. Oh, hi, Red. You just caught me at the end of my stream. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to soon. And if I start another one, I'll just be in the middle of it. Apparently, I found the ending. And right now, it's just me going through some, like, post-credit stuff. Apparently setting up for when everyone's an adult. But the ending was that Rui and her whole family died. Oh, hi, Tech. Oh, everyone was still here. I don't know why my viewers said, like, 0. Aw, thank you. I appreciate the pats. I don't think anyone was, but I can explain it. So, it's basically like you play in the character that you played as was Yama Ishimoto. She's just gonna keep giving me pats. Another. Alright. Thank you. I might as well just go back to this. Let's see. Background music. Ah, so fast.
Water would be nice.
Hydrate right at the end? Alright. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I will hydrate. Oh my god, Tech. So much. My character actually looks like he's hydrating this time too. Thank you. Um, I'm going to try over the next couple days. Okay, you're done. Over the next couple days, I'm going to Oh, you just wanted to use up all your points? You don't want to hold on to any of them. I see. I do appreciate the head pats though. Thank you, Tech. Thank you so much. So you used all the pats. Aw, thank you. I want to improve my streaming experience, and Skojo has found a ton of new things. I still need to experiment more with Neon, but I also want to get backgrounds, get more actual stuff done for my stream and improve it overall. I say it, but until I can actually showcase it, it's still kind of just all lip service at this point. But I'm going to be focusing more on that for the future now too. Let's see. I don't know if I want to keep playing Lucid 9 for next week. I don't know. The ending was pretty much just a to be continued, and it pissed me off so much. I was like, okay, when's the next game? Apparently this game came out in well, I know Skojo said he played it in 2016, but it might have came out before then. The game, I feel like, is over 10 years old at this point, and the next part still hasn't released. And without that, I don't really have a desire to really keep playing it. And it just it ended up with, your childhood friend and her parents just dead. You walked into the house, saw it, and then it was a to be continued. I got what was called the common ending, but that was basically the actual ending. So yes, that's the true ending of the game. It was the best ending, I guess. Everything else led to a bad end, which I feel was the bad ends were a little bit better. I hate the to be continued feelings. It really does feel like a anime that was cut short, or an anime that was setting up for another season and that never got it, or a manga that never finished, or just, I don't know. It was really frustrating. So that's what ended up happening. Anyway, I am going to leave it at that. I know if I were to try another one of those pills, it's going to lead me to another hour-long story. It's okay, but I think we're going to start up a poll for the game next week. Going to try something new. It's kind of hard for people to kind of pay attention to this story too, because people hopping in and out, unless you watch my VODs. So they still do exist on YouTube if you ever do want to watch the story, and you can also speed it up, speed through it. I try my best, but I don't know. I've kind of lost the desire to play the game, especially after I just played one of the post-credits pill routes, which I feel like is just a teaser for the next game, it feels like. So, whatever. Anyway, tomorrow Skojo is going to be playing a new game, Outer Worlds 2. And jump on and have fun with him on his stream tomorrow. I will probably chime in too. My next stream will be on Thursday, which I will be playing Pragmata Lunatic Mode. I've already completed the first area, and so it'll just be me playing through the game again, but it'll be faster this time. So Anyway, everyone have a wonderful day and wonderful week. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.